Welcome to the second day of the GXFS Connect 2023, ladies and gentlemen, hosted by ECHO, the Association of the Internet Industry. How was your evening? Great, that's good. Did you go out in Berlin last night? Yeah, okay. What were the most discussed topics last night? Give me some buzzwords, just give it to me on stage. What were you discussing last night? Katina? Container registration, okay. Whiskey. Community work. Great ones. Okay, well, if you give me some words, I share some figures. I'm happy to announce that we had about 300 visitors here yesterday, listening, speaking, and networking, and around half of you engaged with Slido. And I'd like to raise this number today, as this is your forum, and we'd like to take as many questions as we can during the panel. So don't hesitate to engage today. You'll have the Slido QR codes on the slides, or go to slido.com and enter the event code 2878981. That's the event code. And I had some late feedback yesterday in the evening via Slido as well. It was key is going to be out-of-the-box interoperability in a minimal viable data space. I think we discussed that yesterday a lot, but we'll take that today and have an even closer look on the stakeholders and actors out there. We want to make them become more visible. We want you to get in touch with them, with each other, learn from best practices, and hear from the projects and how they use GXFS and what challenges they are facing. Therefore, we prepared 5 more panel discussions to come. We'll get insights into the work of the different Gaia-X hubs across Europe. We'll learn more about Lighthouse projects and implementation strategies, and are keen on the legal governance discussion we already mentioned yesterday. I'm really curious to hear that. Last but not least, we'll recap the tech workshop number 3 that takes place downstairs already until 4 o'clock in the afternoon today, and I'm also curious to hear about the takeaways and the results. Andreas reported a bit of his impressions yesterday in the evening already, and it sounded very fruitful, so I hope to hear more about it at 4:15 this afternoon before we'll wrap up the day and the conference. But there's a lot more to come before, and of course we don't leave out recreation and networking time. You'll still have the chance to go visit the info points next door in Church St. Elizabeth and enlarge your networks, but I see in some eyes that you did do this successfully last night. I'm happy to welcome you here on time, so I should do my very best to begin on time. I'm happy to announce my first guest on stage today. I already had the chance to talk to him yesterday, but for those who were not here, he's one of the founding fathers of Gaia-X and has been involved with the initiative since its launch in 2019. Ernst Stöckel-Pucker leads the Division of Digitization and Industry 4.0 in the German Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, which is also funding the Gaia-X Federation Services project. So welcome, Ernst, again on stage.
I have the pleasure to wake you up this morning, and if you are still missing from the great evening party yesterday, so I think we exchanged a lot. And first I would like to thank the ECHO team for organizing this great event. And by the way, I'm most impressed by the 60 hackers who are working below and really showing that they want to make more out of Gaia-X Federation services about data spaces and to find solutions. That's for me the real proof that they are hardworking and bringing in new innovative ideas and to bring it on board. I want also to thank you. I don't know how many are still here which are not from Germany. I met a lot of people from France, from Austria, from the Netherlands, and from other countries. I think there was even somebody from India, by the way. So we are thinking international and global. I have only the pleasure, and I want to use the opportunity to give you once again the big picture of digital sovereignty and just to ask the question, are we ready to take off? Are we ready to scale? And I think we are in a good starting position right now. I think this slide you have seen many times. My dear Marco has, how to say, a little bit was creative and to bring more on it, and we are progressing fast. We have still in mind we want to create data ecosystems, but we want also to have a huge infrastructure system which is interoperable and so on and so on. And what have we done so far and what is coming? We have the Gaia-X funding competition. Thank you very much to Christina, who does a great job, and we are working closely together to bring digital sovereignty on board. And we have this Gaia-X Federation Services. Once again, Andreas, for doing this great job to bring this community together and to do some reference implementation, which is not mandatory for everybody, which creates great solutions. So I'm quite happy that you started with your team at a very early stage to think forward and to build up this reference implementation and this process. What is to come? Catena-X, you all know. I think it's maybe one of the biggest Lighthouse projects, but by far not the only one. There are big ones in France, like EONA-X and others. We don't talk only about German projects. There are many more in Europe or globally. And the next thing which is to come is Manufacturing X. Thomas will say a few words. But at the beginning, we had a call for Manufacturing X, which was really, it was incredible. We have now, how to say, we have some kind of applications or proposals almost from all industrial sectors. So I think, and this is very important, that the industry is now really ready to jump, even if it's still a lot of work to bring together different data spaces, to bring forward the concepts, but it's really ready to take off. The industry is ready. Thomas, you will talk about that later on. We have a big project which is Gaia-X for Future Mobility. We have the Energy Data-X data space project which is coming soon, which is also supported by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And we have many other Lighthouse projects, as I said. You see, it's now really full, the data ecosystems. There are plenty of projects, so it's really the opportunity to push it forward. I'm also very optimistic with regard to sovereignty, because the IPCI Industrial Cloud is almost ready to take off. We hope that end of the year, we will in Europe, all projects on board, they will hopefully they will be able to start, but we are very optimistic, and we have the signals from the EU Commission, DG Competition, that we will be ready by this year. It took 3 years. It's a long way. Marco, again, you suffered most, I guess, yeah, from this process. And maybe it was not so much in the light, this process, in the limelight. But I'm sure once it's started, this project, and we will be able to be much more transparent. But there are huge projects like the Open Reference Architecture, which will be organized by SAP together with partners from 11 other member states. So there will be a change, yeah? And once we can be more transparent what the projects are really about, because for the time being we are not allowed to do so, there is something to come, which will really give new opportunities to do much more complex things, because we will, for example, have real-time possibilities in the future. Yeah, altogether, Sovereign Cloud Stack, many of you know as well. We have, I think, a great system where you can build on. And what is my wish? First, think global. Don't think national, don't think European, think global. Value chains are globally organized. It makes no sense to limit it to Europe. We should create our sovereignty. We should know in Europe where we want to go to, but we should not leave out the others. And please understand, we have to do it in parallel. We are talking about collaborative processes, about community processes, and we have to get other countries like Japan, the US, Canada, Korea, on board of the systems, otherwise we might fail. And they expect us that they are part of the process. That should not mean that we should slow down, just the opposite. We should be dedicated to what we want, but we should talk to others and show how they can participate how they can create their own Gaia-X, how they can create their own data spaces, but in an interoperable way. The best thing would be that it's perfectly aligned. We have to work on that. When it comes to Manufacturing X, we are about to implement a process to found an international Manufacturing X Council. You might say a few words about that later as well. I think it's essential. And when we said we are open and we hope that you will start from the very beginning to shape the process, we got really much more attention from Japan and positive attention from the US. We should build on that and invite Gaia-X and ISBL to join this process because we have to do it together. Gaia-X is the foundation of everything we are doing here. We should really know that, and this is an incredible big success. Next one, the most difficult problem we all face is how to scale it up, how to get into operation, how to see that data spaces are really operated. I would wish that we should focus a bit more on this question from the market side, from the user side, what's really coming out. Please don't forget this very, very important topic. We have to bring it simply in the market. We always talk about SMEs, but we don't know exactly how they can participate. We need systems where we easily can adapt to or board on, and this is key. I think we should focus sometimes only on that question and not only on the technical part, which is not always easy, but in the end, the technical part has to work and the users have to use it. Let's work on that, and I invite you to carry on with this huge process we have started some years ago, and I think we are well progressing and we are ready to take off right now. Thank you very much.
Think global, that's the message. I think there's nothing less than bringing European values to the world by democratic ecosystems and democratic infrastructure. And by participation, yeah, of course. Thank you very much, Ernst. Yeah, and I think I can say that you're not worried to point out again and again, now here and yesterday, that we need the industrial sector to get on board quickly and on a large scale, and that leads me to our next keynote. We are very happy to welcome Thomas Hahn on stage, a chief expert software at Siemens AG since 2011. Thomas is also vice president at the OPC Foundation, vice chairperson of the Gaia-X ISBL. Yeah, I need to name them. Now I say, and chairman or board member of a variety of other initiatives. So he's clearly the perfect match to introduce us to the world of a newly launched project, Manufacturing X. Welcome on stage, Thomas Hahn.
Okay, many thanks. I think the slides will come, I expect, I hope. Ah, yeah, here's not yet. Not yet. So, many thanks. A warm welcome from my side, and many thanks for inviting me to this panel. Sorry for this. It's always because I have two things in my hand, which is a little bit tricky. Many thanks. Happy to be here. Very happy to be here. And also, Ernst mentioned before, also very happy to show what we are doing with Manufacturing X. I will touching a little bit some kind of technology aspects, how we are setting it up, but also the international cooperation aspects, how to participate. As said before, you know, I'm with Siemens. Chief expert is always a little bit interesting title. Fellow is called in other companies. It's easier and more well known. And as you said, active in different initiatives. Today I will touch three topic points or three chapters. First of all, coming from industry, I would start why we from industry looking forward to a data economy, how we are addressing this, why this is needed. I have two easy understandable examples with me and a little bit how we're seeing this. And I will dig in with 2-3 slides in manufacturing or Manufacturing X. You mentioned this, Ernst, there are several participants from several verticals, process industry, aeronautics, factory industry and applying for the call, send a proposal. So I will show a little bit how this fitting together in the overall picture. I will not dig into details regarding the capabilities, because I have seen Klaus here inside the room, yes. So everything what I would say in detail, he will tell me you are wrong or you missed something, so I will avoid this, but nevertheless touching a little bit the topics. And last but not least, for sure, an outlook about the international. Okay, now the system is okay, but of course I'm seeing here nothing, also only and let's start with two examples. Well-known examples, easy understandable examples, only to show why this is so important regarding to look towards a data economy, how we are doing this, how we are setting this up, why this is needed, and, you know, all the arguments. Let's start with the first example, product carbon footprint. When you are in a factory, for example in one of our factories, but it's also true for other factories, you're looking at the CO2 emission in your factory, you see maybe 10, 20, 30, 40% of the CO2 emission. Seeing is one side, optimizing is the other side. You can imagine that we have to reduce this. That's the reason why you have to look what is coming up. The upstream, also the material, the topics, the housing or something else, depending what you are producing, and the downstream. Also meaning, when the major part of the CO2 emission is in the so-called scope 3. Scope 1 and 2 you see on your own shop floor, but scope 3, which is a bigger one, depending what you are producing, which you have to look what is the upstream and the downstream emission, for sure, with the consequence also to optimize. This is one example. The other example is batteries. You know, everybody is speaking about electromobility, you know, all the battery production topics. By the way, also why we need international supply chains, because some of the material, we like it or we don't like it, are not coming from our region. Besides the comment what Ernst mentioned regarding the sovereignty, you know, also discussion behind this. But when you're looking at a battery, when you know how the battery is exactly produced, how the battery is used during the lifetime, building some kind of twin of the battery, you know, you can recycle the battery much better like we can do today. Also you can have a recycling rate above 90%, which is not so bad in comparison to what we have today. But all this is needed to exchange data, to build up this data economy, and so on. And that's why we are starting let's say, initiative like Catena-X, like Manufacturing-X, like Gaia-X, you know, all the slides, the upper part of the X, which Ernst have shown, what we want to address. And when you ask me, going one step back from the example what are driving us, you know, we have to look what are the drivers for the economy. I mentioned this, it could be also product passport, battery passport, could be CO2 reduction of the emission reduction, could be also public needs, market needs, and from the company, for sure, you know, we want to make our process more efficient, that I explained before, but also to look how we can increase our competitiveness and how we can stabilize or make the supply chains more resilient. Only to have some three top-level goals, anyway mentioned before, directly or indirectly. So that's in a nutshell what I'm driving us. Like said before, this was a little bit the view coming from industry with some not easy example, but some easy understandable example. Of course, you know, there are a lot of more possible to show. And you see here, let's say, and this is a slide officially announced at Hannover Fair, this here regarding Manufacturing X. You see here again on the right side, I mentioned this before, the two examples was more in the direction of sustainability targets. You have here the resilience and competitiveness, and you can imagine, and this is also in the title, somehow we have to establish a data economy for the topics I mentioned before. And manufacturing, as you see, is touching different verticals. You see in the upper right corner a little car. That's, let's say you can also write down Catena X, for example. You see missing an airplane. This is the aeronautics topic. You're seeing here on the left side maybe some chemical. You're seeing this is for process industry or chemical or pharmaceutical industry. You see on the upper left side some kind of robot or conveyor belt symbol, which is more down to the shop floor where we're speaking about factory applications end to end. It's only to give you some kind of overview. And that's exactly what we are targeting, where we are trying here to set up, or not trying, we're setting up a topic around manufacturing X, around the different verticals. International, Ernst mentioned this before, and that's what we are doing to achieve, and you see it here on the right side, so this is overachieving targets, overachieving goals. You can write more, but nevertheless, these are at least the top 3 which we have identified. And in this context, you know, we're setting up this manufacturing X proposals, it's plural, more, as you can see here. You have here the different verticals, like mentioned before. You see again on the top level the major targets or major goals which we want to create positive impact for all of us. It could be done in optimizing, like said, existing process, but also to create new business models. You can imagine that's a topic which is burning small and big companies to look what is possible with data overall. Could be as a service, could be a digital representation of products, could be, don't ask me what, this is the second layer. Then we have a huge bunch of use cases. Here in these use cases, you know, I just touched 2 of them before in my example. This is more on the left side or recycling part side with a battery. But, and this is important, we have to build this for the different pillars, for the different verticals on shared services. And that's exactly what I mentioned before, where Klaus, for example, and I think it was on slide we remarked when I remember yesterday regarding interoperability, we have to look what is needed, how the IT-OT convergence can look like, how we can establish a data economy, how we can establish, when you're going more into details, an asset administration shell, an Eclipse data space connector, however as were needed, how we can establish and trusted data exchange service, how we can make identity management, and. I think, Klaus, you are much more capable, or the Gaia-X Hub is much more capable to summarize the topic, what we need for this shared service. But you see, the use cases are building on this, that we need this, it's also a topic, that must be delivered, because we are focusing mostly on the use case and some kind of shared services like asset administration and so on. And then you see it going down, you have here some kind of base layer. This could be the aspects of operating, how you're doing this, how you are handling this exchange worldwide. And the bottom you see a regulatory framework standard, like mentioned before. So this is only in which direction the association, the Manufacturing X initiative is driving, and where we had very happy a lot of proposals touching the different domains, touching the different verticals, touching the different shared services which we can and must develop together. So that's, let's say, a little bit a view from industry in examples how Manufacturing X is set it up. And now, and I hope the system is coming, I want to speak a little bit about how we should do this. And here in this case, I used a slide because you mentioned, I think Ernst mentioned this, cooperation, participation, and so on. When you're looking, and I've spoken a lot about data economy, data usage, data spaces, federated data spaces, however you are implementing this, is a little bit also depending in which vertical you are. But here I like to use a slide from Marshall von Alstin, is about platform economy, and what are the guiding principles for platform economy. And you see here the top line, traditional products have features, but when you want to go in this direction, you need a community, a huge community, an international community. You have to look how the architecture is looking like. Remember my words about how we build the use cases on the shared services. So we have to have some kind of open architecture. We have to look for sure with whom we are speaking, how we are looking at this, what are, let's say, the layers where we are keen that they are stable. Let's say some kind of governance structure, and the life of the platform is going with a lot of interaction. So this is only to give you some kind of perspective again from the outside, from a professor from MIT who has studies or research in the platform economy topic. I can tell you only some side remark or two side remarks. Our big boss in Siemens pushed us through this course. It was 4 days course to learn about this, because we are coming from Masterworld, I have to tell you, a little bit more the feature-oriented or product feature-oriented. Now we are pushed more in the direction to this platform economy, data economy topic. That was a push from on-site. Also very important for initiatives like you, like Gaia-X, order to think about this openness, this inclusiveness. It makes no sense that you are directly, always when you're looking outside in the nature. It's also not it's nobody controlling everything. You have to establish a system how all the things are interacting. And last but not least, and I want to have some 2-3 words about the International Manufacturing X Council. I think this would be topic is also very important in the international context. And therefore, for Manufacturing X, we are just at the moment setting up an International Manufacturing X Council. We have had, only to give some remarks, and I think I have still some minutes when I have to look, because your watch is not seeing here. But you stop me when I'm too long. In the International Manufacturing X Council, we have had, I think 2 months ago, a first meeting in Brussels with participants from physical participants from Europe. It was easygoing, but also from Japan and US, only to show a little bit the importance about this initiative. Second, we have remote connected. Of course, not everybody can travel at the same time, or it's maybe inconvenient. From Korea, Australia, Canada, thanks, Ernst. So also remote connected, and from Europe we have participants, and now I miss for sure some countries, but I say it: Spain, Italy, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany. Don't ask me. The major regions, and I forgot for sure 3, 4, 5 participants. And we agreed here to set up this international. All of us are using a cellular phone, and that also for the cellular phone. When I'm a little bit older, like myself, I remember the time traveling to US, I have to change my cellular phone, have to have another one, meaning they are using another standard. Today we can travel around the world with our only one phone and can make calls, can connect to this, meaning the standardization for the GSM was a topic. And that's exactly in our domain manufacturing where we have to do international collaboration, thinking about the networking together, thinking about joint topics, pushing joint standardization forward. In our terms, it's maybe not in GMS standard or 5G or 6G standard. It's more, let's say, but 5G and 6G also are relevant for the shop floor, I can tell you. But the side remark is maybe from our perspective more an asset administration shell and other topics, how we establish and trusted data exchange end-to-end. But that's the reason why we're setting up this International Manufacturing X Council, and the announcement, I'm allowed to say this, and I can say, good, will be on the but only to, I hope you got what is in our mind, which we have to do. And think again my comments about international supply chain and also the competitiveness worldwide. Let's say 40% of our businesses are roughly outside of Europe, only to give you an tick mark and this is not only for big companies, also for small companies, also this is independent a little bit from the size of the company. So it's highly relevant from the business, from the supply chain perspective, but also, and that's what I highlighted before, from the standardization perspective, because it gives us a really advantage. And think about, besides resilience, besides sustainability, also we have the goal competitiveness on the top. So this is roughly where we are touching. Announcement will be October 11th out of Japan. Now you're telling me why the hell you are announcing this in Japan, where we put our brains inside and the structures is. No, this is exactly what we have to show, this openness and this inclusiveness. Second announcement will be 25th of October in parallel in Valencia, Europe and the US. There will be from the Manufacturing USA, one of the competence centers has an event in North or South Carolina, close to Charlotte. I'm missing, sorry, I was a little bit weak in the location to remember, and we make it in parallel during a European Big Data Value Forum in Valencia with a live connection, so we're showing this. And then I'm very sure that the stone is starting to roll, and we are quite successful in establishing this. And now I'm looking to you. I have 2-3 slides, but I would skip this. I think the slides anyway are available in the SharePoint, in the network. Don't hesitate to ask me about further details. Don't hesitate especially to ask Klaus about what are the shared services. Sorry, I'm putting to you some kind of task, but there are a lot of other people here in the room which I can answer this. But keep in mind manufacturing, what we want to achieve, why we are needed, also from an industry perspective, how we're setting this international up, and what are the needs or site conditions, and at the end, what we want to achieve. And here again, sustainable, competitive, and resilience, which we have in our target. So many thanks. I stop now. I can speak for additional 3 hours, but I will stop. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Thomas. I'd love to fill the stage for the next 3 hours with you, but I think we have a bit of program to come up. Thanks again for the insights of the start of the Manufacturing X Council and emphasizing again the need of the internationality of this project. You mentioned the goals, resilience, sustainability, competitiveness. That's the main goals, and you also said that maybe the Gaia-X Hub might better summarize what is needed for that, and that leads me to the next, or the first panel discussion of today. Now again, an expert colleague is taking my place for that one. Jan Fischer leads the Gaia-X Hub Germany and is therefore a key figure in promoting knowledge about Gaia in this country. And for this panel, Jan has gathered some colleagues from Spain, the Netherlands and Austria to discuss how they are supporting their national industries in getting started and engaged with Gaia-X and using software tools like the ones provided by the Federation services to develop digital ecosystems that meet their local industries' needs. Welcome on stage, Jan Fischer. You take that one, you take over. I will monitor the Slido questions coming in, giving you a sign. So please take the QR code, enter the event code, and engage with us during this discussion. Jan Fischer.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, good morning and welcome as well from my side. Thanks to the ECHO for having us here in Berlin the second year in a row for the GXFS Connect conference. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss the development of the GXFS services, and yeah, it's more a pleasure to also have such a broad supporting by the German government officials. Like Ernst mentioned before, GXFS, Gaia-X, all the data space initiatives don't stop at borders. We have to think globally what are our development goals around the GXFS, around Gaia-X, and around data spaces. So we try to discuss the different strategies that we have in the different countries around data spaces and around Gaia-X. But first of all, I want to welcome Christina Schmidt-Holtmann from the BMW for a short impulse to us and how the Gaia-X hubs are supported by the government. Thanks a lot.
I will speed up a bit, thanks to Thomas, because manufacturing was so overreaching and overshining everything that we're a bit delayed, but no worries. So I have the pleasure first to welcome you all, also from the side of the Digital and Innovation Policy Department from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And maybe you're wondering, so why is Ernst here, why is Christina here? So that's because we are not thinking about Gaia and the GXFS about something that's only something for the core industry, that of course is really important for Germany, but when we're talking about digitization, about the hubs and the different sectors, there's a lot more where Gaia is really important, where digital sovereignty and ecosystems are crucial for the development of our national, European and global economy. So that was why the Gaia-X hubs are really, well, I couldn't say like the heart of Gaia, because there, of course, there's the association and everything, but it's really like the key ecosystem driver and one of the contact points, because you all know that the Gaia-X universe might be maybe a bit complicated and sometimes a bit complicated to enter in. As when we started with the initiative of Gaia, it was quite clear that we need those like really local touch points where, as Ernst already mentioned and said, where especially SMEs could get easy information, could get those easy entering into the ecosystem. And if some of you, I guess especially the German guests here, have been to the GXFS conference last year, this was taking place in German language. Now we already switched to English. Why? Because the idea of having the ecosystem around Europe and globally has brought us to the point also to make this conference now English speaking and to welcome really the whole European and international audience, and that makes me personally, but the ministry as a whole as well. I'm not sure if we are really like the parents of Gaia, because there have been a lot more, but at least as well in the German ecosystem, some not so unimportant people may be very happy to welcome you here all. And then also to welcome the other hubs. And then maybe just one short notice what Jan already said, how are we supporting our national hub here in Germany? Because that was one of the questions we are already asked very often. What can government do to support the ecosystem? And of course, having or trying to organize an ecosystem costs money. It takes people resources, because moderating an ecosystem doesn't work with all the support of really motivated people. And there's the team in the ministry. Katrin and Perk are here, so welcome them as well. At least we're during the coffee break. But there's a whole team, in our case Akatech, and I would take the chance also to thank them, because they are doing a great job to promote promote the Gaia-X Hub and to bring all you and all the different sectors from the finance, the health sector, and a lot of others. I think we are now having 11 domains or sectors represented in the hub, but that we will hear about in the discussion, to bring them all together. And of course, we already heard about Manufacturing X, about Catena X, that are really big projects driven by the big industry players. But there's a lot more. Ernst already mentioned, when you remember the Gaia-X funding competition, there we do have 11 projects coming from different sectors, and some of them are represented also in the exhibition downstairs, and you will hear later of them when they talk about the implementation of the GXFS services in the projects from the maritime sector, from the financial sector, from the health sector. And that shows us how the different sectors are trying to solve all, well, quite similar projects. There might be different solutions in the sectors coming out of regulation, for example, for the health or the finance sector. But in general, we are facing all the same question when it comes to building up ecosystem and the importance how to scale up. And my wish for the future, for the next month, would be really to discuss with you all how we could bring those projects together and how we can scale up together. Jan, it's your turn.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Christina. Please sit down. And we're not, I said it before, it's not just the German party, so I'm very happy to welcome Francisca Rubio, General Manager of the Gaia-X Hub in Spain. Peter Verkulen, General Manager of the Gaia-X Hub in the Netherlands. And as well, my dear colleague, Georg Hahn, the General Manager of the Gaia-X Hub in Austria. So yeah, welcome to you. Thanks for being here in Berlin, for traveling to us, and to discuss the different strategies that you have on supporting the development of the GXFS services. And my first question to you all, what are your key points in the strategy for your hub? How do you develop different ecosystems? What are your points and tasks while in the journey of your national hub? Francesca, do you want to start, or?
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy for two things. One, the first and the most important is to be here and to learn from the first one. So you were there in Germany, you have started the first. And the second one, to be in Berlin. I love Berlin. So thank you for the invitation. So in Spain, we have started actually since 1 year and a half, but really, and that is one of the first recommendations I'm doing, I'm working here since 4 months, and really we are really working since 4 months. What I mean is, if you try to do something volunteer, the work is very slow. Therefore, it's much better. I know all other hubs are working volunteer with working groups and so okay, and they are doing things, but not so fast. So the first thing is to have a professional. I'm paid by Gaia-X Hub Spain, a professional and 100%, very important, 100% person working for the hub. So we have our main 4 activities are, first, dissemination. Second is projects. The third, reports and guidelines. And the fourth is technical support. Dissemination, what we do are events, conference, try to go to the, somebody have said about the SME. We need to go there and explain them. We need to know the problems. The second one is the projects. What we are trying to do in the working groups is to push to make proof of concept, a small proof of concept and big projects, the both things. And the third one are the reports. We are trying to do sectorial reports. What are the problems for each sector? We try to do a standardization. As you have said, many different sectors have the same problems. I know all the problems for all the sectors, therefore we can try to standardize and to make guidelines for all the sector. And therefore, one is technical support, very important. We are not developing anything for the moment. we'll speak it later. But we try to take all the things we are doing in Gaia-X ASBL or even Federation Services to try to give a guideline and a technical support to all the other projects. So for things, dissemination, projects, reports, and technical support.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. Maybe to add to that, I think in the Netherlands, the Gaia-X Hub started about 2 years ago in the summer of 21, let's say on the initiative of the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs. So like what you have here in Germany, it's also in the Netherlands that the ministry is also really stimulating this and investing this and realizing that it can not only be volunteer work to do things like this. So the ministry asked TNO, let's say the Dutch version of what Fraunhofer is in Germany, to run that hub. And let's say our main task is, but it's a generic thing, to organize our local ecosystem, to bring parties together, to make sure that new projects are started, etc. But we also say, and it attaches a little bit to what Christina said, Gaia-X is already a very, let's say, interesting world. You could also say complicated, and that's only the Gaia-X world. We also have IDSA, and we have Fireware, and BDVA, and all, so there are all kinds of international initiatives. Also in the Netherlands, we saw a lot of local initiatives, some, let's say, on a national level, some regional, some in a specific sector, some even around specific technology. And companies, even large ones, but SMEs especially, they put their hands into the air and say, well, where do I have to go? And then the danger is that they don't go anywhere. So we also think it's very important for us to bring those, let's say, initiatives together. We united them in the Netherlands, so we put the IDSA Hub, the Gaia-X Hub, the local data sharing coalition that we had in the Netherlands, and there was a data sharing working group in the AI coalition. We put that all together in one organization and trying to extend that. And well, like the DBSA, but that should, let's say, DSBA, I meant, should go even further. It's nice to talk to one another, but in my perception, you should really work together and integrate things and, let's say, resolve the island stuff. So that's what we would try to contribute to. And to finalize, we also say, let's say, we want to bring the Dutch ecosystem to Europe and Europe to the ecosystem, meaning that all the international developments, have to be. Well, we look at them and we bring them and sometimes translate them to, let's say, the Dutch situation, but also things that are happening in the Netherlands and that could help us in an international perspective, like, for instance, the smart connected supplier network in the manufacturing arena, try to help to push that to an international level. And I think what is still missing, and maybe we can get to that later in this session, we have on the one hand, let's say, the visionary stories that we also heard today, and on the other hand, there are flyers lying here in the room referring people to the GXFS GitHub, and there is something in between missing still for companies to say, okay, but how can I get how can I really start working with this? Because I cannot work with the vision. We always say integration of initiatives by PowerPoint is easy. You just put a staple into the PowerPoints and you have integrated it. And then you have, let's say, what's happening from the bottom-up technical side. But there is still a gray area in the middle, I think.
May I finish? Okay, the Austrian hub is between you two, so we are existing about approximately 18 months. So you are older and you are younger than we are. And we also have four main targets and main actions that we defined. The first one, and this was of sure the main challenge for the last 18 months, is information. Giving information, telling the market what is Gaia-X and what is the value of Gaia-X. That's not so easy, you know, because, of course, Christina told, it's a complex system. The second target we decided is joining forces, connecting people, interconnect. I have the impression that at the moment we are community managers, mainly. Bringing sectors together, also bringing public administration and industry together. We are a lot discussing with public administration to tell them that they are not only supporters of the system, but also participants of the system, because they also digitize. Yeah? And it's not about building new data markets. Of course, this is one point. It's digitization in general, as you told. Yeah? And therefore, public administration has a very important role. The third thing is international connections. So networking, like here. We see this project, of course, as an international and European project, and it makes no sense to look only into one country, Germany, Netherlands, Austria. We have to look at the whole Europe. And the fourth thing, and I think that's one of the topics, and it's one of the most difficult ones, is to help organizations to enter this universe, so make it easier. And I think that will be the task for all of us for the next period, because it's too complex at the moment. And if companies want to use Gaia-X, they, on the first-hand side, often they don't understand the value. Why should I do this? And the second very easy thing is, how should I do it? What kind of technology should I use? And it's absolutely difficult, even for us as insiders in the system, to give an advice.
All right, so if I hear it out right, all of you point out 3 to 4 main tasks and actions: dissemination, stakeholder management, or stakeholder and community management, and as well developing and supporting projects in getting into touch with the services around Gaia-X. If we want to take a look at the different countries, and if we also look at different projects, what do you think, how can we as the hubs get more support within this challenging overview of all of the different initiatives? I think, Peter, you said it well. We have the BDSA, we have FIWARE, we have IDSA, and sometimes I have the feeling that we are all walking through a data space jungle or data space initiative jungle, and try to catch a liana and flow through all of the projects and initiatives. What do you think? Do we have to make more alignment? Do we have to make more conferences like the GXFS Connect here through the year? Or what do you think? What is the best approach to get an overview?
Yeah, well, what we did in the Netherlands, but of course the Netherlands is a relatively small country and it wasn't easy over there already, but it was really putting things together to, let's say, to make things easier. And what we are doing on top of the 3 things, and that's also maybe something for a solution, at least partly for what you were asking, is that we say, well, we really want to bring the individual initiatives together and make sure that they learn from one another. I mean, there are all kinds of bottom-up. I mentioned SCSN already. SCSN is a Gaia-X lighthouse, but you could also say, like other lighthouses, yeah, it has, let's say, occurred independently, and somewhere in time it will get together and they adopted the same principles that also underlie Gaia-X, but it is not that there was a Gaia-X library of software components and that was used to build SCSN as we know it right now. But in general, the point is, if you there are all kinds of initiatives that are at some point of realization. SCSN is running operationally with 400 plus companies really using it. So if there's a new initiative in health or in education, or I don't care, that say knocks at our door, then we also try to connect those and say, well, don't start, as I always say, with a large pile of white paper and some fresh pencils and start all over again thinking about it, but use what has already been devised, and then, let's say, start use the paper and the pencils for those specific elements that are, let's say, separate for your specific case, so to say. And then together we can build something up. And then if from the, let's say, the international initiatives, things come, let's say, more in a top-down way, we try to bring those two together, let's say, at the hub level. And let's say this collaboration has two main objectives. First is just, let's say, efficiency and effectiveness, because we just don't have the time and the resources to start all times all over again. But there is also a kind of more fundamental thing. If we, let's say, develop on a kind of common layer, let's say, make the comparison to languages. If we have Roman languages, it's easier to understand one another and to talk to one another, let's say, if we get together. If we are completely developing separately, and we then go to cross-sectoral initiatives, and let's say the health data space needs to be connected to the public data space because you want to exchange data from those two, and then the one says, well, if you want to talk to me, that's fine, use my language, and the other one says the same, but then the other way around, and then that's very difficult, obviously. And if you use the same layer, then at least it will be easier.
So, all right, Franziska, you're the representative of the youngest Gaia-X Hub in the Gaia-X Hub family. Do you think it's easy to get into touch with the things that they're out there? Because sometimes I have the feeling that the Lighthouse projects are working in their own working groups and own communities, and sometimes it's really hard to get the information as a community that you try to find. What is your...
The answer is very clear. No, it's not easy. The other day we have a meeting with Andreas Weiss and Markus Schul, and the question is, okay, we are pushing a lot, we are working a lot, we have the support of the government, we have the people, we have the ecosystem, but we cannot start because we don't know where is the information. We see Gaia-X ASBL, we see the Federation services, we see whether it's the Lighthouse, but when I need something, when I need to start, I don't know where I should find all the building blocks I need. It's very easy, and the answer is also, Andreas said, okay, we need to make like a map, a guideline, to let very clear where can we find the things. We are trying to do now a demonstrator, and we try to build everything and say, oh, okay, this is missing. We don't have that. Okay, but we have these other things. We could develop it. Therefore, I say that we are not developing now for the moment. We could develop some missing building blocks, but first we will need to coordinate with Gaia-X SBL or the Federation service or whatever. And therefore, we will need two things. First, a guideline or a map to know exactly where we can find all the information. And second, I know there is a community committee, so technical committee and so. And after we will need to have a clear committee to say, okay, this building block is missing. Okay, we will do it, and we can propose it. But I think all this part is missing, and it's very, very important that all of us have very clear where is the information, which information we can use it. And if something is missing, it's okay. But we need to know that it's missing, and that we could develop it. And I think we need to be very clear in that.
All right, so I think we all, as the hub coordinators, can be national Gaia-X ambassadors. So, Georg, what do you think? I think the development of the Gaia-X hub in Austria starts also with a deep discussion with the Industry 4.0 platform, and you have the context to industry players, to the SMEs, and so on. Do you think it's easy to build up a Gaia-X community on a national level and to board them to the technical parts on Gaia-X?
Concerning the industry business, yes, because they are already connected and they have a main target, and the main target, I think, it was told today, is, for example, the product passport. So there is an urgency. And I think that's one of the very important things. What we do in Gaia-X is some kind of paradigm shift. And it's a huge paradigm shift. It's a paradigm shift towards cooperation. From competition to co-opetition. Yeah? From hiding data to sharing data. That sounds easy, but that's really a paradigm shift, and no organization today is prepared for this, because we are used to compete and not used to cooperate. And therefore we need drivers, as Thomas said, drivers which produce this urgency. Therefore we in Austria, we try to find projects that have this driver. And most of the projects at the moment are coming from the driver's regulation. We have to say, you told about the European health data space. I think that's a very important and very interesting area, because there is a regulation driver and the EU is pushing it. And I hope, and we should take a look at this, that the initiatives taken around, for example, the European health data space, connect with Gaia-X. And vice versa, yeah, because a lot of the activities going on, they don't know Gaia-X on the one hand side, and they even don't know the activities around the IDAS, for example. So we have to connect these two. So we are connecting. The second thing, yesterday, if I'm allowed to say this, yesterday, Harald Zummer told a bit about how the internet arrived in Europe, and I was in the same situation in Austria. I founded the Austrian exchange and the Austrian domain name system and something like this. And I think to get this gravity that we need in Gaia-X, we need very strict rules and principles. At the internet, for example, there is a clear protocol, is TCP/IP. There is no discussion about anything else. It's clear how an IP address is formed. There is a domain name system, and this is completely regulated. So it's completely clear how to act in this. And I think even in these ecosystems, we have to decide where is this common infrastructure, these digital commons. And we have one chance to reach this goal, and this is strictly using open source and contributing into the same digital commons. We have to change our minds from competing on this infrastructure in cooperation in the infrastructure and contribute into the same critical modules. Then it would be quite easier for us all to engage, because there's one standard and one system.
Before I get the sign that there's a lot of questions at the community, and I'm happy about that. But one last short question to you, Christina. I want to take up the point of Georg. Do you think, from a governmental side, we need more regulation on sharing of data, and we need to force these paradigm shift that Georg mentioned?
So, first of all, I would underline that what you said, industry needs an urgency when we see now the shift to data sharing. Especially also what Thomas said about the product pass, that's also based on a European regulation. And I wouldn't say we need more regulation, because we already do have a lot. Where we're still negotiating the Data Act. We are just implementing the Data Governance Act, and we will have the AI Act as well. So there's a lot of European regulation coming or now taking place. And I think, and that's also a shift in regulation, we do see those regulation models before we do have the business models. And that's also like, well, challenging at the one hand, but also a big chance, especially what you said, for example, about the European health data space. So one of our, well, we do have 2 projects in our Gaia-X funding competition coming from the health sector, and one more or less, but well, that was planned, of course, but we now see we do have the midterm of the project, and we see that could be one of the first projects that's really like, also it's already still negotiated, that could be one of the first European compliant health data spaces coming out of Europe, in this case Germany. This, of course, would be fantastic, and it's, well, more or less a happy moment that having a project and then having the regulation being negotiated come together. But I see also our dear colleague from the lawyer perspectives here, and I'm sure they do have a really clear look on what's happening with the DGA and also the DA, and that of course will shape the whole ecosystem. And at least from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs, we do a lot to have, well, still the flourishing opportunity of ecosystems and not only the, well, more pessimistic view on it.
So before we steal the important discussion points for the next panel on regulation and with Professor Weber, now we hand over to the community.
And only one comment from the answer of Christina. I totally agree with Christina that we don't need more regulations, but we need to clarify the regulation. We have just created a working group called Legal and Regulation in Spain, so in the hub, and what we want to achieve is to have which are the blocking points, legal or regulatory blocking points for every sector, and try to answer. If we don't have a clear answer, what we would like is to make a recommendation, but not with new regulation, but clarification of the current regulation.
All right, thank you very much, Franziska. That leads me a bit back to what people are interested in. They are really interested in your work within the hubs. So I'd like to start with that one. Franziska, you talked about technical support. How does that look like exactly?
We are going to support the official projects, because to have a technical support for everybody will be very difficult. But in there, what we are going to do is first to have some guidelines and something like frequent asked question. No? We are going to have the 2 things, with guidelines first, recommendation, like a database with question. But we are going to have also a technical support. We are going to have a technical engineer inside the hub, but also we are going to subcontract technical support from outside, and we are going to make a technical committee from people of Technalia, Techniker, ET, and all the things. So 2 things, guidelines and a special technical support for the project to be sure that all the data projects in Spain will be standard, and they are going to try to be Gaia-X compliant.
Mm-hmm. Peter, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, so let's say we have a kind of similar approach, and there at PACE that TNO is running the hub, of course, because we have a lot of expertise in this area, and we use that and let's say make that available to some of the individual projects, really to, let's say, to learn new stuff also, so not to do for the 10th time the same thing, because that's the community work, and make sure that we do it one time, and then, let's say, the other 2 to 10 can do it themselves by means of, let's say, what we have developed, and that's why we have a kind of, let's say, triangle where we say we work with individual projects. What we learn from that, we feed into a, well, we call it a harmonization program, and that's a bilateral thing, of course. So things developed can be made available to the individual projects and the other way around. And we do that on the basis of a, let's say, intensive community that we work and develop on. So in that case, yeah, we really also add value to individual project, because otherwise, yeah, we do, I said in the beginning, we should not only be talking, but we should also be doing, and we want to set that example also ourselves, obviously.
I'd like to widen the focus. There's a lot of more questions to come here. I'd like to widen the focus a bit, because the next question is, what exactly is your role in helping projects understand Gaia-X? Do you offer support with development of business models and technology as well? So business models would be the add-on.
Yeah, we always say it's about business, legal, operational. So that whole, let's say, trits. I don't know the English word for it, but the whole cycle of topics. Mm-hmm. So technology is only 10-20% of the problem, and that's also an interesting remark by Christina. If you say, well, regulate normally, let's say there would first be business, and then we would think about regulation, and now it's maybe more the other way around. But it's also we should stimulate, let's say, companies and organizations to really see the chances, the opportunities, and to go for it. And I see that in the Netherlands there is still a lot of, well, reluctance, let's say, waiting, let's first see what happens, etc. So we also try to get them in a kind of more active mode and say, well, you can of course wait till something is implemented in 2 years' time, but you should better think now how, let's say, that can help you and what you can do already today, instead of first being in the sun for 2 years, which is also nice. But
again, participation, find the right questions to your
but also
solutions.
Activism. So not reactive, but proactive. That's I think the word.
Maybe Georg, you can add to that one. Are you providing interested companies in your hub with working prototypes of Gaia-X implementation based on, for example, XFSC?
Not yet. Not yet. At the moment, concerning the technical part, we do two things. The first thing is the Austrian hub is represented by the Austrian Institute of Technologies. That's similar to ACATEC in Germany. And within Austrian Institute of Technologies, we set up an expert group, technical people that of course want to get in contact with the GXFS solutions nearer. At the moment they are working with the Eclipse database components, for example. The second thing we do is we try to identify Austrian experts within Lighthouse projects and bring them together. And build a community of experts. For example, the people working in the Pro Gigant project, or people working in the Catena project, or people working on GXFS and Eclipse Database Connect and so on. Maybe we, in Austria, as a very small country, we are no danger for everyone. Maybe we can do some coordination and mediation between different parties. So
you're sneaking in like the David into the Goliath setup. Okay, just one last question, and then I let you finish the panel. How is the work and the updates of the GXFS world transferred on a regular basis into the hubs? Do you have processes installed already? Jan, maybe you can answer that one.
I can laugh at that, Vivian, and I think Vivian and Vivian and the whole team of the Gaia-X Hub in Germany, I think we build up so many information webinars, so many information events, and sometimes if Vivian sees my number on her phone, I think she thinks, oh, just another
call from Jan.
Just another. And
never. She says never.
And I think Vivian travels through Germany and through Europe and is not tired enough to repeat herself and try to bring up all on the information of the GXFS. And I want to add to the question, how do we support the technical development? And I think we all have one main task to do. We do have to understand what is the problem that the projects want to solve with Gaia-X. And my feeling is sometimes Gaia-X is a technical hype situation and everyone wants to jump on the train and to look what is it. And sometimes the projects themselves have to think about what is the problem that we want to solve, and is this problem solvable with Gaia-X, or is it a problem that needs Gaia-X to be solved. And yeah, sometimes we come to the conclusion that yeah, Gaia-X is a possible way, but you can also build up solutions with things that are out there. And yeah, I think that's also a big task for us, and I think yeah, that's would make it easier in the next weeks and months and years if we try to figure out what is Gaia-X capable of and what is the power of Gaia-X.
Yes, just.
I would like to answer your question.
Yeah.
How is if the federation services are well known in other hubs? In Spain, no. So we don't know very much. I need to be very clear. It's not well known, so we don't know very much about the federation services. As I have said, we know Gaia-X, ASBL, light projects, federation services, and federation services for us is something else that we really cannot know exactly where to put it. Therefore, I invite you, Federation Service in Germany, to come to Spain. We can see, we can find a date, and maybe you can explain us very well how. So you are invited. I invited you officially. You need to come a lot of time this year to Spain. You need to go to the Summit VDBAs in Valencia. Summit Gaia-X is in Alicante, so in the same region. So I invite you to come once again and to explain a little bit more about the Federation Service. We will be very happy to become you.
Thank you very much to Jan for hosting the panel. Thank you, the panelists. Stay seated for just 1 minute. I think there's a lot of people coming to Spain. The invitation is well heard. And as you said, Peter, it's a complicated world. It might be a complicated universe we need to put together, and we need this gravitation effect. I think we are about to get started and about to take off. I talked about this exponential curve yesterday as well. So stay tuned and keep on working on that one. I leave you to the coffee break now, where you can maybe check out the photo gallery on the webpage GXFS.eu. Already there are the photos from yesterday night. And be back on time as we are presenting insightful study results about GXFS implementation strategies. And so see you back at 11:30, half an hour coffee break. See you back then. Thank you.
The goal of Gaia-X is to foster innovation and data sovereignty. This will be achieved by a digital ecosystem where data is made available, collated and exchanged in a trustworthy and secured environment. Gaia-X develops the software components to set up a federated system that connects the participants with the help of the Gaia-X Federation Services. The Gaia-X Federation Services, GXFS, are the toolbox, the minimum technical set of services to set up a cloud-based data infrastructure designed for Gaia-X federations to become operational. GXFS provides the means to build trust and interoperability. It ensures data sovereignty and compliance within each of its federations. But what exactly is a federation? A federation is a group of participants that work together and collaborate as equals. The federations are self-determined ecosystems where individual participants come together to offer services that add new value to the market. The federation is not owned by anyone. Its members cooperate on the basis of joint rules to create value for all. Participants can come from the same or different industries. They can cooperate to create wider ecosystems. Every participant of a federation has a so-called self-description. This is the information given by participants about themselves and their services. It is tied to a specific common data format and is protected cryptographically. In short, self-descriptions make the federation functional and transparent. A federator can be a participant of a federation or an external provider. The federator facilitates the group's coordination and provides the necessary operational federation services implementation. Besides this role, the federator is a normal member of the federation, as equal as all other participants. The federator is appointed by the participants. As mentioned, GXFS is a toolbox of services and functionalities, implemented by the federator and used by the participants of a federation. The Gaia-X Federation services are developed as open source code that is not distributed by a central authority, but can be modified to build apps and services to match the specific requirements of each federation. The different service components will be covered in more detail in upcoming videos. GXFS is structured along 4 different work packages and the portal. The first work package is Identity and Trust. This work package will support with authenticating the participants in a federation and help them keep control over their digital identities via credential validation and other identity management techniques. Federated Catalog. This work package will enable the creation of a repository for each federation. In this repository, participants of a federation can find information about other participants and their service offerings. The federated catalog is capable to manage complete end-to-end scenarios, data sovereignty services. This work package enables transparency and control over how data is used. This is done through digital contract negotiation, validation, and monitoring. And last but not least, compliance. This work package enables compliance checks for services offered within a federation. The Gaia-X compliance framework serves as a basis for this. This will be achieved through interaction with a set of decentralized services, providing for notarization of relevant information and automated monitoring of critical compliance criteria. In addition to these work packages, the Gaia-X portal will be used as an example of a gateway that enables user-friendly access to services, onboarding, and accreditation of participants. In our next video, we'll take a deeper dive into each of the work packages. Welcome to the Gaia-X community.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you feel refreshed after the coffee break. And before lunch, we have another key panel discussion to host and the presentation of the results of a very interesting study. Professor Dr. Jens Böcker, Professor for Applied Sciences of the University Bonn-Rhein-Sieg and management consultant at his own firm, Böcker-Ziemer, has already worked on a study with the GXFS team in 2022, and we are now excited to hear the update. How did the projects have progressed in their work since September 2022? That's what we want to hear from Jens. Welcome on stage.
Thanks a lot. And Alexa, thanks for the invitation. So it's an honor to be here again, so the second time. I guess it's the very first time that I'm invited a second time at a conference. So this happened never before. Okay, but it's a pleasure to demonstrate the results of our study. Last year, I was here to give an overview about the implementation strategies for the Gaia-X Federation services, and that's exactly the ECO Association point of view, to understand the implementation. How is this going on? And I want to start with the results from the last year. So we figured out and we investigated the relevance and preparation of use for the different work packages. And the result number one has been GXFS is highly relevant for development of use cases. So topic number one. Topic number two, everything around catalog services is extremely important for implementation. So this has been our focus. Number three, the implementation of GXFS creates the fundament for trust. Trust, one of the core beliefs or values of the system, and activities in the Gaia-X community are highly recommended or highly appreciated. So this year, we want to see if there are any differences and why. Okay, so first I want to start with the key findings. So last year I came up with 4 key findings. This year 6 key findings. So we have an increase of 50% regarding the key findings. Okay, great. Okay, but let's come back serious. So key finding number 1 is positive project developments compared to last year. I want to underline this a little bit, so there is evidence visible. Second, successful communication, helpful and informative events. You discussed this, by the way, on the panel before, so I can underline this as well. So variety of information materials is highly appreciated. That's extremely important. Maintaining technical depth at events is desired, and transparency about future developments is requested. This is a little bit the radar screen to see what is going on. Request what is the roadmap, and there are some future challenges regarding documentation and monetary framework. So I guess you discussed this, it was your question, Vivian, a little bit the business model. So how are the business model working? So there are some question marks in the room. Okay, so we conduct data research, and we collect data from 2 sides. First side is we conduct an online survey with 14 participants, and we ask the consortium leaders and the technical leaders as well from all 11 projects. So to have an overview. This was internet-based, online-based, web-based, and on the other hand, we ask, and I love this to do, deep dive interviews to read a little bit between the lines, and we want to reflect the different project phases. So this was our intention, because this is a little bit heterogeneous, and we want to understand why. Okay, so this is our methodology. And this is the first result. I would like to start with the online survey and with the project progress between today and last year. So first I want to come up with the topics. Here are on the y-axis, and these are the different phases: started, defined, piloted, coordinated. Coordinated, it's not vague, it is implemented. It's more than piloted, no? So it's the next step, and finalized. And our question was, how would you evaluate the progress of the project over the last 12 months? And you see the sequence of the last year, so the gray bar here. So last year it was organizational setup was already defined, and the other one, architectural concept, business model, selection of GXFS and coding, was started, nothing more. This year, so we got a completely different picture, and you see the progress regarding organizational setup. So this is coordinated here, no? So more than piloted, and we see architectural concept and selection of GXFS, extremely important, is piloted. No? So there is a development visible. Business model, so I would recommend this for the following panel to address this, because there are question marks. So how can we benefit, how can we contribute, what is the monetary framework as well? I know it's difficult, but I want to underline this because it's such a huge driver if we understand this in a better way. And coding, so we see some progress here as well. So the next slide is about the level of knowledge and usage of GXFS. And we came up with a question: to what extent has your level of knowledge and implementation changed with regard to these work packages and service components they contain? Okay, and you see on the x-axis informed, so the very first step, then evaluated, no? So what's in it for me? Evaluation, where's the beef? And here, implementation. And we see a two-class society. Class number one is there are two winners regarding more than evaluation, close to implementation. It is about the federated catalog and identity and trust. So they are on the same page, on the same level. And for me, this makes sense. If I want to start something, so I have to consider about identity and trust, and I have to consider about the federated catalog. For me, it's a little bit like the homework, no? So the first step to begin. And the second class society, we see here data exchange, compliance, portal and integration, and this is close in this area, evaluation. So, and by the way, we matched this with the results from last year, and we could underline that there's progress as well. No? Okay, two class society, so please keep this in mind, federated catalog and identity and trust, very close to implementation. And then we used the technology readiness level from the NASA. From the NASA, they worked with this one here. So first, here it's this one, basic principles observed and reported. So from the scratch, the beginning. And the last stage is here, actual system proven through successful mission operations. So successful mission operations, so it's working, green light. And there are some stages in between, and we want to match this with our projects, with the 11 projects. Unfortunately, here there are the projects. You see only numbers. Maybe, Vivian, you have to ask your guests where the projects are. So we ask them in an anonymous way. And this is, by the way, this is based on a self-assessment. So this was pretty hard to judge from our perspective. But we asked our interview partners about where are you. And again, I mentioned this two-class society. It's a little bit similar as well here. So if we have a look to the different phases of the technology readiness level, so then we see the major projects are between 2 and 4. So what does it mean? First, it is about applications formulated. No? So it's, okay, now we are looking what are the right use cases or applications, then proof of concept, the next step, and component validation, but validation in laboratory environment, not in operation and environment. No? So, and this is the mainstream between 2 and 4. It is started, yes, no? So we are a little bit above the earth, but the second step. The second step is now fulfilled. And I mentioned this two-class society. There are two projects, and this was the big surprise. And I guess it's so important for us to understand why. It's project number 10 and 11 here on the right-hand side. And you see here, this is about, and I want to mention, and I want to underline here, project number 11 is system prototype, demonstration, and actual system completed and qualified through last demonstrations. So therefore we see this is a completely different page, different story. No? And I guess we have to learn about and we have to understand this heterogeneous picture and why they are above, why they are in a leading position, and what are the parameters. Okay, then information, like today, so we come together. We had two clusters or categories of information. The first one are a little bit more passive information. And we ask which of the information sources and materials do you know and use, and to what extent are they helpful? Okay, so this has been our question. And we ask about the white paper, the blog series, video studies, here post on LinkedIn, and press releases. And here you see our different answer possibilities: watched, known, watched, knowledge improved, inspired to implementation. And this is finally our goal. We want to inspire. And a prerequisite is always knowledge. Therefore, to build up skills, to build up knowledge is the first step for implementation. And here we can see, and please have a look to the dark blue area, that especially knowledge improved of white papers. So this is really important. White papers, they are powerful, they contribute, they deliver value for the reader. So blog series, video studies, so this is close on the, or pretty on the same, in the same area. So we see it's watched, knowledge improved, and by the way, here videos inspired. Then we see the sequence here. This is most important. The white paper and post on LinkedIn and press releases are not so important. So we can have a clear ranking between the different information materials. The big surprise was the next slide. So we ask about, again, which of the events do you know and attend, and to what extent are they helpful to your work? So, and here we are talking about workshops, webinars, hackathons, and conferences. And you see, these information sources, the active ones, where we can share experiences, where we can share ideas, where we can share how is this going on regarding implementation. That's so important if something new is coming up. So therefore, they are important and they inspire us for implementation. Here you see 1, 2, 3, 4. No? So trade fairs, summits are important as well, but the community needs sharing ideas to talk about. No? So this is the evidence. Okay, then I want to jump to the expert interviews. And for sure, the expert interviews, I don't know, took 30 minutes, sometimes a little bit longer. And here I want to summarize what was common sense. And I want to highlight only a couple of topics, but it's pretty clear and visible that topic number 1 is the variety of information materials is highly appreciated. And the evidence or the argumentation is here to see first, multiple sources of information should be used and retained. Why? Access. And this is a little bit the same story like in our academic world. Access to content should be simple. Access to content at our library, university should be simple, understandable, and meet the needs of participants. And the application of diverse information sources intensifies the knowledge and provides targeted support. Then, It's about maintaining technical depth at events. So to talk about where is the beef, how is this going on. Continue with the different formats like workshops, hackathons, conferences, trade fairs, and summits. The experts underlined this. Why? Because there's a special attention should be paid to technical depth and knowledge sharing the support projects in technical implementation. Again and again and again, technical implementation. How is this going on? Now, share ideas. Then, only briefly, transparency was mentioned regarding comprehensive coding documentation, and documentation is always a little bit behind, and therefore the timing was mentioned as well. No? So, from my perspective, gut feeling, the earlier the better. And the final topic from the experts regarding the radar screen, I mentioned this before, the future challenges is communication of planned developments in GXFS. That means presentation of a strategic roadmap. And I love this. This was mentioned. No? So this is an original statement. Where is the strategic roadmap? No? To align their own behavior. And improvement of technology and documentation is desired, as well as an addition of support with commercial and legal methods. Again, commercial topics. Okay, and I want to summarize. First, especially due to events, the information level about GXFS has increased. Especially 2 points, the project organization and architecture advanced. Then second, the Gaia-X projects are using the GXFS components, especially 2 of them, identity and trust and federated catalog. So for me, the homework to start. And finally, there's a desire for more extensive documentation along the clarity regarding commercialization, monetarization, and legal framework. And my personal summary is, and this is the biggest challenge for the future, to enrich the development of Gaia-X and the services, building up a sustainable, free and open source software community to maintain and enhance the GXFS components. If you are interested in the whole summary and the whole results of our study, here is the link. And now I love to hand over to Alex. So thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, Jens. I don't understand why you haven't been invited twice so far. That was really insightful and really interesting. Thank you very much. I was a bit surprised that the video it was one of the media, or the only media, that was inspiring people to implement GXFS.
I guess a video, you can learn.
Yeah.
So again and again, it's in our academic world the same story. Yeah. So it's about math or statistics or marketing, and so you can watch and then you start your own thoughts. And I guess therefore video seems to be important.
Yeah. So maybe we should think about that more than before. And the hackathon, I'm really happy that we have a hackathon here, the tech workshop number 3. We are presenting the results at 4:15, I think. Yeah, 4:15.
Okay.
So let's stay tuned until then. Thank you very much, Jens Böcker.
Thank you.
Now again, I hand over to my expert colleague, Vivian. Vivian, it's been, welcome on stage first. Vivian Witt. It's been 1 year since the release of the first study, and now your team reached out to the Gaia-X projects again to assess what progress they have made in implementing the Gaia-X Federation services components in their project. And there's one I'm familiar with from a completely different context, is Mary Space X. It's about ammunition salvage from the Northern and the Eastern Sea, which is very urgent as a topic for our government, as the ammunition sets free very toxic substances. So in my opinion, GXFS does not only help to solve future problems, it can be the only key to solve certain problems that are existing right now and to solve them in time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have someone from the project that is addressing this issue that you just mentioned as one use case out of several others. So we're going to try today to build the bridge with distinguished panelists from really the use use case perspective over to the technical implementation of GXFS, which is clearly what we are focusing on this year with our conference, because we're entering the next level. And yeah, we want to show and see how the projects are using GXFS to progress with their very important work and to realize all these great use cases.
And I think there will be questions coming up. I'll monitor them for you and give you a sign.
Absolutely.
Stage is yours.
All right. Thanks, Alexa. Great. Now I will call to stage a great panel of experts. Let's start with Marcel Lauvers from MariSpaceX. Marcel? You can come sit next to me if you want. Next up, let's call to stage Jérôme Estienne from Merlot. Welcome, Jérôme. Fabian Scheid from Gaia-X for ROMs is also joining us. And last but not least, Dr. Alexandra Aldrich from Eurodat. So, everybody has a seat. I hope you all have a microphone and are ready to go. So, did you have a good time at the conference so far? Had a good day yesterday? Good networking? Great, okay. I see we have to loosen up a little bit, so let's dive right in. Did you pay close attention to the study presentation? Was there anything that was surprising to you, maybe?
I was surprised to see the technology readiness level 7. I'm curious to see who claims to build a very productive solution, but yeah, we're probably, maybe I am just lagging behind, yeah.
Yeah, thoughts, exactly. I think that's one of my first questions for you, was the technology readiness levels. And clearly we have made this anonymous so that you know, nobody is forced to disclose. But I think I'm interested to hear where maybe you see your projects currently, and you don't have to put numbers on it, but more from your point of view as the technology experts within these projects. Where do you see the project currently, and maybe where would you like to see it by next year at this time? Maybe, Alexander, do you want to start?
Sure, thanks, Vivian. So we're currently moving to production, and we will be fully operational by the end of the year, which is important because we've just founded our operating company, and it needs to sustain itself. We also have a very short project timeline. Other than the other projects, our project ends by this year. So where would I like to see us in a year's time? Well, I would hope that the company is thriving and that all the ideas and implementations that were developed in the scope of the project have been brought to fruition. Because that would then indeed prove that this is a viable way to create a data-driven economy.
And maybe, Alexander, at this point you can also give the audience a quick overview. Eurodat, I know, is a project working in the finance field, from my understanding, so maybe you can give us the high-level pitch of what exactly you are seeking to do at Eurodat.
Sure, thanks. So Eurodat is the European data trustee, so we are hoping to enable use cases starting from the finance industry, but also beyond that sector, which require you to bring together data sets which you cannot pool for various reasons, which are some of them technical, but mostly legal reasons. So, for instance, antitrust law, data privacy law, banking regulation. But there are a number of use cases which some have purely business-driven value, some are driven by regulation, and many of them have a great value for society, but they are limited by these legal restrictions. And the new regulation coming up from the European Union with the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, which is just being put into national law, and also on the other side, the technical foundation of a new economy, a new model for how to create a data-driven economy, both are great pillars for us to build on and create an institution which is neutral and which allows data owners, data providers, and service providers to come together and create new value by processing their data on our our infrastructure, but just using the services provided by service providers, be them as they may, and then to share the outcome of these analyses with the data consumers, thereby allowing analysis without actually pooling the data. Because after the transaction has been completed, after the results have been delivered, all infrastructure and all traces of the data are deleted.
Okay, that's super interesting, and especially because you just mentioned that you founded an operating company, right? So a GmbH in German legal terms. So it'll be interesting maybe to discuss the topic of business models later a bit, if you're happy to, because clearly this came up as a big topic, as Jens mentioned in the study results presentation. Business models and also monetarization. But I know that we have different people here on the panels, and not everybody has to discuss everything. So, but maybe we can dive into it a bit with you, Alexander.
I'd be happy to do so.
Great. But first, let's talk a bit more about the projects and the technical or technology readiness level. That's interesting to me. Jérôme, do you maybe want to tell us a bit where you are at Merlot and also what Merlot is doing?
So at Merlot, we have at the moment integrated some of the GXFS component. We are studying the way to integrate the next one. The first one that have been integrated are the federated catalog and the self-description wizard. We have decided to start with this because we wanted first to have an overall end-to-end flow for the business to be able to understand better how to interact with the federation, with the marketplace we are building, and now we are looking into identity and trust. Yeah, that would be the next step. And one topic that is not so much yet focus for GXFS is consent management, because we have a big dependency on data that are coming from in the education area from students and so individuals. And there we really need a solution how we bridge basically the B2B part with this B2C part where the students are interacting with education services.
Yeah, and students you already mentioned, so maybe, so what role do students play? I know Merlot is a project in the education sector, so tell us a little bit about the use case that you are trying to realize.
So the students basically are the source of the data that we want at one point to have available on the data space. And then we need basically to be able to integrate the interaction of the students. So for instance, with a wallet or something like that, a platform where basically the data can be made available to a service and then basically exchange on a B2B level.
Okay, so education data space. Me as a student, if I was a few years younger, I would be able to log on to the Merlot data space eventually and see interesting offers, or how exactly would it work?
No, it would not work like this. So this would still be a B2B marketplace, Merlot, but the services available on that marketplace would have interaction with individuals, students. And they would basically make the link between the marketplace and all the data that the students have.
Okay, got it. And in terms of I think you explained in quite a lot of detail where you are at with the technology and the architecture and how you are building everything up. So that sounds really great. And we can talk a bit later about also proofs of concept, which I think you worked on quite a bit over the last year. But first, Fabian, let's turn to you, because the people we actually asked for this study, or the projects, were the 11 Gaia-X projects that are funded by the German economy ministry. So Fabian is the outsider here. He's representing Gaia-X for ROMs, which is not part of this round of support. But yeah, Fabian, maybe people are not as familiar with what you guys are doing. So maybe give us an overview of what is Gaia-X for ROMs.
Yeah, maybe let me quickly start by saying what is ROMS. ROMS is Remote Operated Mobility Services. And the basic question that we ask is, okay, let's just pretend autonomous driving was a solved problem, right? And everyone was driving around autonomous. Now, what are we going to do with it, right? We probably don't want to have people sitting in every car because, I mean, the whole point of autonomous driving is that we don't have to have people in the car, right? So we want to build traffic systems that kind of organize themselves, right? If you look at freight, for example, we want to have autonomous vehicles that are just barely remote operated driving around and automatically finding new deliveries. And maybe we can also, if we have a data sharing economy, maybe we can also find new ways to do delivery. Maybe we don't have to deliver at home, but maybe we can use the data that we share to meet where I'm right at. And the same applies to if you look at public transport, for example, right? If we have a bus and it comes into a traffic congestion, how can we find a smart routing for other vehicles? How can we inform them? How can we use the traffic system? And since, I mean, traffic is obviously a decentralized system, right? There are cities operating the streets, operating the traffic regulation. There's individuals driving around from many different companies, right? How can we use all of this data to make smarter traffic?
So you're really going the next step, because I think right now we're still looking at autonomous driving, thinking, wow, one day in the far future, I will be able to read the news on my way to work in my autonomous car. So you're going the next step, so to say.
Yes, we take that for granted, yes.
Great. That sounds very visionary and innovative to me. So how do you assess your technology level at the moment in the project? Where are you at? Where do you want to go next?
Yes, so I mean, what we're doing is, so I said that like ultimately like these vehicles should all exchange data and all negotiate everything by itself, right? So obviously what we need is we're going to need identity for each vehicle that's driving around. Each vehicle that does some delivery, for example, will also be a service offering, right? So, I mean, we just saw it, so we're probably like right where everybody's working on, right? So we're looking at self-descriptions, publishing them in a catalog, and taking care of identities and making sure that everybody knows who's who.
Great. And now let's conclude the intro round. Marcel, of course, Alexa already kind of started her transition to our panel with you, because I think MariSpace-X for non-technical persons like me has a very feasible and tangible use case, which is the taking out ammunition, old ammunition from the seas. But there's also other use cases, so maybe a quick highlight of what you are trying to build with MariSpace-X and also where you are at in building it.
Yeah, sure. So basically we want to exchange data in the blue economy. So the blue economy is, like in the world, 70% of the world is covered with oceans, and the blue economy is possibly the biggest market undiscovered right now in the world. So, and MariSpace is the data space for the blue economy. And we have actually 5 use cases. And one is munition in the sea, because after the Second World War, the solution for, we have a huge amount of ammunition, where should we get lost? We just drop it in the ocean. And that was the solution in 1945. And now we have literally millions of tons of ammunition in the sea, rotting away, dissolving, and the fish nibble it away, and we eat it when we eat fish. So basically, every time you eat fish, you can actually measure the amount of TNT that you consume. So it should be clear to everyone that we have to get rid of the ammunition. But also, maybe you heard there was some kind of accident in the Baltic Sea with some pipelines last year. So critical infrastructure in the sea is a very important part. So, and that is also some things we want to solve with MariSpace. And we want to be at technology ready level 6 or 7 when we end MariSpace. So in the end of next year. Right now we implement the federated catalog and identity and trust. And after that we hope to implement the negotiation services, and then I would be happy.
Sounds good. So for anyone who was maybe not here yesterday or didn't pay close attention to Emma's panel, where we talked about a deep dive into the GXFS toolbox. So clearly, Jens mentioned that especially the components regarding the catalog functions, but also the identity and trust topics were very sought after. And identity and trust is obviously a package where there's a lot more components in it. So these are the ones that, from our findings of the study, most people have focused on so far. Let me ask you, what is the experience in working with these? And disclaimer in advance, we already had a pre-briefing where we agreed this is clearly not a marketing show. We want to activate a community, and all of you are very much engaged in this community. So let's talk about what has been working well and what isn't working well. What are the challenges that remain? Marcel, let's get started.
Okay, I always like to be very honest. So, we wanted to be a part of Gaia-X, and we as a project, we love Gaia-X, and to be honest, without the GXFS services, we wouldn't be nearly where we are today. So because no project can speak for basically every project, we wouldn't have the time or the money to implement it, everything about ourselves. So we wouldn't go very far without the reference implementation. So we as Marispace are extremely thankful for the reference implementation, for all the stuff that has been done. But of course there are some slight problems still, and we have to fix it. And we are very happy that there are new tenders to solve some problems. Some problems with the catalog still have to be fixed, but I'm very positive that they can be fixed, and we will fix them until the end of next year.
Sounds great. What is your views on it? Who wants to comment?
I can start. So my view is that exactly what you said. Without the component, we would have done nothing today within the project, because this is the foundation basically of the logic behind the portal that we have. One thing what we are struggling with definitely is how those different components integrate together, and I think there are different strategies how you can do that, and what we would need probably is some kind of framework on different strategy, how you can basically integrate those components. If you have this kind of strategy, if you have another kind of strategy in your federation, maybe it's another way to integrate them together. And this is what we're trying to find out for our own project, but I could imagine that this is something that could be used then later for future projects. And the more we progress there, the more we put some foundations for future projects to not start from scratch, but really use one of the strategy, or in our project, we call that a proof of concept that exists to build something better, where you can go in production environment.
Yeah, and I think the topic of integrating GXFS components with other components like EDC, I think, Fabian, this is something, if I'm not wrong, that you guys are also exploring or were exploring at some point, right? So the topic of interoperability between these different data space related technology components.
Yes, we are exploring this, but I think I'm not the right contact person for EDC plus GXFS. I think there's other people more experienced in our consortium. But I mean, I could not agree more with what the colleagues are saying, right? Integration is key. My experience so far is often like you come back from these great workshops that you're hosting, where all of the experts and all of the communities want one place, and you come home and you're super excited and say, hey, I want to try this, and I want to build this and that, right? And then you come home and the first thing is, okay, I just got to make it run, right? I just got to start up the catalog, right? And we often had a situation where it's actually just not so easy to just start it up, because the catalog is not just the catalog. The catalog is the catalog plus a Neo4j database plus another database in the back, and it has connection to the the Gaia-X compliance and things like. There's lots of connectivities between these services, but also to other things. So it's not too easy to just spin up that one thing and try it out, right? And I think this is what is really key now for the development, right? We got to make it easier to just have it's probably fine if I have somebody spend a week on that, right? But it's not okay if I have somebody spend 3 months on it and fail miserably, right? We're probably at the moment somewhere in between, right? But we gotta get to a point where it's pretty easy to just launch it and actually care about our use cases and use the services to implement our use cases and not spend too much time on making things work, right?
Alexander, do you want to comment on this?
We have also followed a business-driven approach to our architecture. So we have certain use cases that were part of the project from the very beginning, and since it was our aim from the very beginning to establish an operating company and to actually generate enough income to sustain these business cases, we had to focus on putting the functionality into place that feeds into these cases. And in fact, most of our current architecture emerged from this process. And this is actually a generally accepted best practice for development. We did have some architectural premises, and some of them have held up. Others have been challenged by the use cases. And so, for instance, we have come to the conclusion that we shall not be using any kind of connector in our architecture because it simply does not fit our usage patterns. That said, we still see that Gaia-X and its overarching goals are very much in line with what we are trying to achieve as a project. And GXFS is the operating system, the technical underpinnings of Gaia-X as we have them right now. So at this point in time, GXFS is the way to go. But one has to be very careful which components to start out with and to integrate, because they have been developed with a sort of overarching generalized picture in mind, which is fine, but it's not clear that this is compatible with any kind of business case you want to implement. So we think we shall very probably be using the federated catalog, and most definitely we shall be using the identity and trust services in some form or another. We also believe that at least in their current form, we shall not be using the data contracting functionality because, again, it doesn't fit our usage pattern.
Okay, so use case-based implementation, and that's, I think, speaks also to the idea of the GXFS toolbox, right? So you can pick and choose components to serve the needs of your specific project, your use case, and your industry, and the requirements that you face there. And I see Alexa has some questions from the audience already, so let's see what people are interested in.
Yeah, I think two very interesting questions as we talk about specificity is to what extent have these projects fed back into the FOSS community, and the other one is have these projects fed back into XFSC to improve the components. To what extent did you feed back?
Yeah, that's a great question, I think.
So our source code has been, and the documentation that was asked for yesterday by Christina, has been in the open domain since last year under the BSD3 clause license. It'll stay that way. So we're very committed to open source. That said, of course, I mean, open source is not just about providing software artifacts and making them available to the community, but it's also about feeding back into the community, which is supporting this valuable asset, which is open source software. And to the extent that we shall be using the cross-federation services, we shall also contribute back, because that is the way that you should go about integrating open source software. If there's anything that you need to adapt or change or fix, then you should commit that to the community effort.
Yes, and I agree on that, but it should not just be an add-on, it should also be an active collaboration in the components themselves, I think. And that's what we're trying to do, right? Earlier I was saying sometimes it takes us pretty long to get something started, and sometimes, I mean, we are building our use cases in ways that the components were presented before, but sometimes, I mean, this is a toolbox, sometimes we're recombining them in new ways, right? And then you typically find the question, okay, am I too stupid to make it work, or could this be broken? Right? and either is fine, right? Because if I'm too stupid, then that's an opportunity to learn something for me. But if it's broken, that's an opportunity to actually fix it and give it back to the community. And we try to, like, whenever we find something that is broken and somebody has already spent a significant time debugging it, we try to go the extra mile and actually fits it in a way that doesn't only work for us, but that also works for everybody else. And we try to use, like, I mean, in the open source, in GitLab, we try to use issues to basically raise if we find something, but also merge requests containing fixes that might be used for other people.
At Merlot, so we create as well open source, so the full Merlot project is open source. And what we do as well is that we have always this conflicting requirements between our business requirement and then the capability of the open source software. And this part of contribution to the open source community is basically to make transparent maybe limitation of the current open source, and via bugs or I don't know, as well discussion about conceptual concept, how you use the components to implement specific business use cases. And this is basically how the overall community is getting further in improving those components.
Marcel, do you want to also add something before we move to the next question?
I can. So not only will MariSpace be open source, or already is open source, we also wrote an underlying software as a service, which got, funny enough, yesterday ready. So, and in the next time we will open source it completely so that everybody can use our software as a service for itself, easy to deploy.
Great. That sounds interesting, and I think we already explained yesterday, right, that the Gaia-X Federation Services project has now moved into the governance of the Eclipse Foundation, so that is now there, it is called XFSC, so that's why we are also encouraging and hosting events like this to get people to contribute and to become committers and to help us all enhance the components. So I'm glad to hear that you are also supporting us and working in that direction. And I know that one big step to do that is to participate in the tech workshops that we have been organizing over this, over the past year, basically. And one is happening downstairs right now as we speak, with about 60 people who are busy hacking on different topics and addressing the challenges and the remaining issues that you mentioned, right, that are clearly still out there. And we're very happy to see that there is so much support from you as the community. So tell us a little bit about the workshops in the past. What was your experience? Are they useful to you? How exactly does it work, maybe for the audience who's interested to learn what happens behind closed doors there?
Sure. Okay.
So the first thing is that the tech workshop were for us, for our project, then the first concrete understanding of how far, what could be done with those components. Because if you look at just the slide deck, which includes just the specification of what was supposed to be done, and you compare that with what has been done, sometimes you have some deviation, you have some small things, so basically in the details, everything is hidden in those details. And then you get some understanding, and you say, okay, so now I know better where this stands and how this integrates in our roadmap and where it makes sense. And you can make some decisions that make sense for your project.
And for us, I mean, one of the highlights was clearly when you, Jérôme, and your colleague Marc presented the catalog implementation that you guys did in Braunschweig in June. So that was our second GXFS tech workshop, and that was, I think, inspiring, hopefully, for everyone attending there to see, okay, this is what we can build with GXFS components, very concrete.
And for the story, basically, the decision was taken just after the first tech workshop. So we went to the first tech workshop. We learned about what exactly was able to do this catalog, and we learned about how we could use as well the wizard code to generate our front end. And we did that just in the weeks between the two workshops, and we were so far that we could present it.
That sounds like a good timeline.
So for us, it was primarily a very good starting point, right? Because, and I think this has cleaned up a little bit with the migration to Eclipse, but earlier it was all in this one Gaia-X GitLab repository. And if I say one repository, I actually mean like probably 200 of them, right? So there's lots of activity in the community going on. People are developing components, and it's very hard to focus, okay, if you're starting new, what is actually relevant? Where should I start with, right? And I think the tech workshops were a very, very good starting point for that, because it was basically, hey, we have developed these bits of components. These are working. That's how you set it up. That's how you use them. And this primarily gave us a very good starting point to say, okay, this is where we're going to continue with our use case implementation. And maybe also reframe our use cases in a way that they actually fit what we learned in the workshop as a starting point. And from there, we really built our entire understanding of all of the components of the ecosystem and how they work together.
Yeah, so I can fully agree. GXFS is a toolbox, and tools need to be used so you can get to the grips with them. I would like to add that the workshops are also a great way of building the community, which has been emphasized a great deal. This is part of a community effort, and since it's all in the open source, it needs a community to sustain it and implement it. What I would like to add maybe as a want for the future is I would find it great if we could add the aspect of sort of how does GXFS help me to solve my business problem to the workshops. This has been tried already by the hackathons. I think that's a great direction to elaborate on. So thank you.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And we're trying also for these workshops to become more and more community focused, so that we leave the agenda on purpose quite open, so that you can come also with your current state of play or with your issues, and then we decide what we work on jointly.
Yeah, I think that's a very important aspect, actually. Like earlier I was saying, like, am I too stupid or is this broken, right? I think that's how a community should work, and part of this is making yourself a little bit vulnerable, right? Because I already, I step down and don't say, hey, I'm the best, I can do everything, right? But I honestly say, hey, I'm struggling with this, can somebody help, right? Or can I help, maybe? And I think this is always easier if you've met in person before, rather than just reading a chat or just filing an issue and saying, hey, this is broken, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, we hosted the first workshop in March here in Berlin, and then the second one in June in Braunschweig at the German Aerospace Center there. The next ones are planned for October and December, so we're really trying to increase also the frequency of these workshops happening, so that you can get together at regular intervals to exchange and to update and share your progress. Maybe one thing I wanted to ask Fabian you about, or everyone actually, because you talked about there being so many Gaia-X based or Gaia-X related open source initiatives that are all happening in parallel, and that it can be really difficult to keep track of everything that's happening. So what other open source approaches or components have you considered for your project? Are you using other components aside from GXFS, and how do you try to integrate everything?
So obviously we're looking at the compliance framework and the clearinghouse that comes from the Gaia-X ISBL, and I think this plays pretty nicely with what GXFS is building, I mean, obviously. But the bit that is constant subject to discussion is, okay, now we have this thing where we can find a service and we can verify who's it's from, and we can also maybe have a framework to agree on how we do the data exchange. But how do we do the data exchange, right? And this is, I mean, for good reason, GXFS doesn't have an answer to that, because, I mean, we've been exchanging data for ages, right? There's many established protocols for that. But in some cases, we're looking at not just saying, yeah, okay, now you need to grab this HTTP URL and download it, but maybe we also want to have a clear focus on interoperability. And this is where at least in our case, maybe it doesn't fit for everybody, but in our case, we're looking at machine-to-machine interaction. So we're also looking at the connector technologies. And in fact, I'm not the expert for that, but there's people trying to bridge the gap between what we have in GXFS and what we find with these different connectors out there.
Great. And another, I mean, I guess all of you have considered different open source approaches. So Marcel, what did you guys explore? Was there ever a discussion on using additionally other components?
Yes, actually, we are using the EDC exclusively for data exchange right at the moment. So, but that's what we are going to incorporate into Maraspace. And clearinghouse, of course. So, but other than that, we are quite happy right now.
And everything can be used together. That's, I guess, the message that I
The integration of actually EDC and GXFS is quite tricky, but we are working on getting it done. So.
On a technical level, there are challenges, let's put it like this. But on a conceptual level, they are not mutually exclusive. They work together, yes.
And I mean, without getting too much into the specifics, but what is needed to overcome the technical difficulties? So what do you see as what is needed in order to get everything interoperably running together?
So I think the ecosystems kind of evolved a little bit separately, right? So if we look at EDC, for example, EDC has a built-in catalog. EDC has a built-in identity solution, which they are now reworking to SSI as well, right? But so since this was developed independently and with slightly different concepts, on a technical level, they are not compatible, right? And now there's multiple approaches, right? Now we could say, okay, we have the EDC catalog, we have the GXFS catalog, maybe we just build a little glue component in between that like kind of syncs the two between each other. Or we need to start looking at, okay, maybe we just pick one over the other and rewrite the stack on the other end, right? But that's a discussion that is ongoing, and obviously the people who have been working with purely EDC-based components for ages, they're going to say, hey, why should we put this effort in there? And you can have the same argument on the other end, right? So I think there's some sort of alignment that needs to happen here, but yeah, that's probably the reason why on a technical level it's a little bit complicated.
I would like to add so that we in the Merlot project, we use as well the EDC for data exchange. And we wanted to do more, but we faced basically some conflicting requirements between our business requirement and what we would be able to do with those open source solutions. One of the things is the flexibility, basically, of defining data sources. In our project, this is happening very late in the end-to-end process, basically, right in the end, before even exchanging data. And this is something where we work on. So how are we basically using the two solutions? We need to discuss basically with the community to understand how can we solve this kind of issue. Is it basically conflicting requirements, business requirements, with what the solution is bringing or not? Or does it fit together?
And maybe another question I wanted to ask you all is related to the next round of specifications for GXFS. So the second phase, we have recently launched a public tender, and the goal is to bring the existing components up to date. Oh, there's a fly approaching me. The goal is to bring the existing components to enhance them even further, right? And also to bring them up to speed with the Gaia-X developments, because as you said, the ecosystems develop fast in this industry or in this sector that we're working in, and the idea was to really bring them up to speed, so to say. Did your project contribute with feedback, let's say, before we launched this call for tenders for the next specification, what you guys need? I know we did ask for feedback from the community. What are your wishes? And if you've looked at the next phase, what do you hope to improve even further?
So we had a discussion directly with Stefan Schulze regarding consent management for Merlot. So because we were talking about student data, for us it's really like a cornerstone of our project, because otherwise we can't make the link with the data space. And we were still discussing with him yesterday. So basically we are following up closely what's happening there.
That's great. Yeah, and I see that actually I see my clock is apparently wrong because we started a little bit late because I know Jens took a few more minutes, but now, yeah, I don't know if we have time for a final round maybe of, just a quick feedback of how do you guys plan to contribute to the GXFS open source community now that we have moved into the Eclipse Foundation and we're really looking for contributors there. Are you planning to be active?
We are planning, so there's still some problems with the federated catalog, and apparently Fraunhofer and T-Systems won't fix it, so I think we are going to fix it.
Very proactive approach, that's something we like to hear. Yeah, I hope everybody else can agree with yes.
Yes, and what I would actually appreciate to establish is, so we have some areas which are now covered by these tenders that are improved, and we have others that are now a community effort, right? And we're happy to contribute, but I would love to get some coordination on that, right? Because I'm happy to spend some time on fixing some components in my own interest. But I don't want to do, like, we want to make sure that we don't do the same work twice, right? If Marcel and I are fixing the same bug, then we're wasting time, right? So I would love to really establish some, I don't know, regular sync where we really think about who could be supporting what would be most beneficial to which projects, and how can we actually distribute that kind of work in the community apart from what is done in the tenders.
So maybe one point. So I very much appreciate the fact that that you have moved to the Eclipse Foundation, thereby creating a governance framework which will sustain GXFS. And I also welcome the fact, and I think this has been taken very positively in the community, that there is a second tender. So this will not run into a dead end anytime soon, but will be maintained for a while. But beyond the technical readiness of the components, I would like to address one important point. I think what would aid the community a great deal if there was some advisory support on implementing the technologies, and maybe we can take this a step further than the workshops. I think they're a great tool, but maybe we can go a little bit further.
Great. Jérôme, do you want to say a final word before I wrap up the session?
I would say that the main thing is, if you want to contribute to the open source, then you need to have really some business motivation as well to do that as a project. So, and maybe not as a project only, but as really as an organization. And this needs to be thought through and to be solved, because otherwise the motivation is poor, and maybe budget limitations are high, and this is really, I think, the key point. And then you will have great contribution into the open source.
Yeah, I think what I take away from the discussion is we're all trying to solve actual business use cases, right? And to build architecture that matches those requirements. GXFS has been helpful in helping you get started much faster, as you would have if you had started from scratch, as you said, Marcel. And of course, the remaining challenges we address together as a community. So thank you very much for joining me here today.
Thank you.
Just stay seated. That put a very nice spotlight on the real work within the projects. Thank you very much for that. And I think the technical level always pulls the attention, which brings me to the conclusion that we've progressed very far since last year, or since 2019. Now, we go into a lunch break. You should recreate, of course, and go to the exhibition if you haven't had the chance. You find the projects here and more information. You can dive deep into the last-minute questions coming in. For example, they treat the data connector. I think that might be questions coming up when you go to the recreation area now in St. Elizabeth. We continue on stage at 1:45 with the legal panels to come up. So I'm really keen on these ones. 1:45, be back in time, please, so that we can start right away. Thank you very much. See you then.
Are you curious to learn how you can set up a federation? This video will take you through the basics on how to set up a federation. We recommend that you take a look at our detailed GXFS work package videos to understand what exactly GXFS can offer to support the setup of federations, if you haven't already. If you are already familiar with GXFS, let's dive right in. A federation can be set up by anyone, but broadly speaking, there are three main reasons to start a federation. 1. A group has identified a common domain problem. 2. A group encounters legal or other requirements that are difficult to meet alone. 3. Or a group has identified a business opportunity. The eventual kickstart to setting up a federation can be one or multiple of these reasons. One example could be the topic traceability of supply chains. This topic can only be addressed by bringing data from many participants in an ecosystem together, and it can potentially lead to great new business opportunities. Key is that the trigger must be strong enough for all organizations to acknowledge that the benefit of solving a joint problem is greater than potential concerns about working together with their competitors. Once this baseline for cooperation is clear, the federation can be set up. A federation refers to a loose set of interacting actors that directly or indirectly consume, produce, or provide assets and related resources. Federations are operationally independent from other federations. The federation is typically instantiated by a formal body and involves the formulation of a mission statement and governance. The federation is set up by assignment of a federator, who is in charge of operational setup and support. The federation will also need to create a portal for members and new interested parties to meet virtually. The federation then needs to build a first digital identity to serve as an initial trust anchor to help the federation become a creditable actor in the digital ecosystem. Once this step is completed, the federation can issue so-called credentials, for example, membership credentials. Thank you for watching, and welcome to the Gaia-X community.
Welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you feel refreshed. Yes, come in. We are welcoming all of you. We have two more panels to come before the last coffee break of today and of this conference. And they are dealing with the topics regulation and trust. And these are topics that came up again and again on this panel, which is understandable as smart governance frameworks lay the basics for cooperation. That's a big part, if not the biggest part, of Gaia. What does it take to be Gaia-X compliant, and what could a future-proof legal framework for digital cooperation look like? These are the questions for panel number 7 in total of this conference, which is again hosted by Vivian Witt. Welcome on stage, Vivian, again. So Vivian, you'll focus on legal governance first. In what ways?
Yeah, so we have a panel with 4 very distinguished experts talking about legal challenges in the Gaia-X ecosystem right now. I see 2 of them are already in the first row, pre-briefing in a very animated way, so I hope we can continue that discussion here on the stage. We're going to look at, first of all, of course, what legal framework is there to take into consideration when you're trying to set up a digital ecosystem that is handling large amounts of data, but also we will try to assess a bit what it actually takes to set up a Gaia-X ecosystem, right? So, yeah, that's basically the gist of it.
Great, and I monitor the Slido questions. I think there will be some coming in, and Susanne and Pierre, you have to stop off stage, you have to come on stage. So I'll leave the panel to you. Thanks. Vivian Witt.
Thanks, Alexa. All right, so I'm going to call to the stage now. Pierre is already up, so Pierre Grandlier, welcome. Wherever you please. I think Pierre takes a little introduction. He's the CTO of the Gaia-X Association, obviously a very public figure in our universe here. Next up, let me invite Susanne Demel from Bitkom. And after this, I would like to also welcome Professor Beatrix Weber from Hof University and from the IECO project. Wherever you would like to sit. Okay, and then next to me will be Oliver Süme from Field Fisher and also chair of the ECO Association. Welcome, Oliver. All right, I hope everybody has a microphone. If not, we are... Okay, I think we have one more microphone. Can we get one more microphone? Thank you. Thanks. All right, let's get started. Thank you all for joining me here. I saw that Susanne and Pierre, you were already discussing in the first row, I guess, to get ready and so to say the warm-up for this round. I think Andreas said on day one that this is the panel that I think most of us are most excited for, because we have 4 big experts, we have 3 lawyers, and then we have someone who is approaching the issue from a technology perspective, which I think really adds value to this discussion. So thanks, Pierre, for being here with us today. So yeah, let's maybe start also with you and ask you a little bit about how do you see Gaia-X and the big topic of legal governance and maybe even compliance evolving at the moment? Because I think this is the big question that everybody is asking themselves. What does it take to be Gaia-X compliant?
Thank you very much for the question. And indeed, it's a challenging position I have today in this panel. You have way more background on legal than I have, but I'm also very happy to be part of it. How does Gaia-X approach legal? First of all, Gaia-X doesn't replace legal. I think that's one of the important points. Everything that relates to European legislation stays European legislation. When we talk about legal and we focus on what Gaia-X works on, that's about the contract data exchange. And when we look at data exchange, that's about contracting. So one of the things that we worked on, and with Suzanne, for example, we worked on, is how could we help to contractualize more efficiently? I think that there is 2 paths. Help with the process and help with the reasoning on the clauses. So about the process of how you contractualize and the content of the contract. And for that, we need to agree on one term, which is a bit technical. That's called vocabularies. So that's how Gaia-X approach this legal framework, basically by aligning on which vocabulary to use.
Beatrix, maybe you can chime in here a bit and we take a step back and think about why do we even have to talk about legal topics in the context of Gaia-X and in the context of digital ecosystems? Why is it relevant to consider these topics?
Yeah, of course, you have always to talk about law in your whole life. So, of course, also in Gaia-X. And as Pierre mentioned, we have to distinguish between the legal framework, the regulatory framework, which consists of the different data laws of the EU data law framework, Data Governance Act, and so on. We have already technical standards, ISO norms, technical standards, which are below the technical regulation. We have, of course, domain-specific law. And now Gaia-X, with the technical architecture and the policy rules, and also with the technical components of the federated service comes in, and we have to match that with the legal requirements. And it's very important, as Pierre said, that Gaia-X federated services are not setting legal requirements. They help, they support technically to fulfill the legal requirements set by regulation.
That's a good introduction, I would say. And maybe, Beatrix, you can also tell us a little bit about your involvement in the Gaia-X cosmos with the project IECO and what exactly you are doing there.
Yes, of course I can. We have some IECO colleagues here. I'm not alone, so we are a good team. Christoph Strinnadel from Software AG, and I think our N+P partners, Björn I see, and a member of my staff. So we are one of the Gaia-X German hub projects, so a bit more louder. Okay, I can do that, of course. And we're dealing with the construction industry, and our aim is to create a data space for the construction industry with trustful and, of course, data sovereign data sharing, which is quite important in the construction industry if you think about 80% of SMEs and craftsmen. So we deal with companies who are not familiar with digitalization and data sharing, who have sometimes no trust at all in data sharing with the big companies, and therefore trust in the legal solution, but also in the technical solutions and the processes is of utmost importance in our project.
Susanne, you are nodding. As a representative of Bitkom, obviously you represent a lot of companies involved in digital markets, but also you have a role as a chair on, or vice chair on the Gaia-X Association as well. So what is your take on these topics?
Well, first of all, I think it's really good that we had already such a differentiated view on things, because nowadays when I hear the word compliance, I'm always like kind of alarmed, because it could be everything. It could be a conformity with some technical standards. It could also be to fulfill the legislative obligations, like the laws that you have, and so we have to deal with all of this. And then another component that we have, and we deal with at Gaia-X, we have the data spaces in mind and the data exchange, but we also look at the providing service, the cloud services that you need as an infrastructure to exchange data. And of course, there is a multitude of different services, and it's not so easy to have common rules for all of this, which is why one of the important focuses is actually on the how to do it on the technical side, and then we only want to set some rules that are necessary to create trust, not only in the technical infrastructure, but also in the processes of those who are involved and in the contracts, really.
And maybe Oliver, you can tell us a bit, and we can take this segue for the next question, and that's at Field Fisher, you are working in the IT law team, so I bet you advise lots of different clients from different industries, right? And that's what Susanne and also Beatrix already mentioned, that there are different requirements in different sectors and industries. So why exactly, or what are the differences if I want to set up a federation in the construction sector versus in, let's say, the health sector? What are the differences, and yeah, what would you recommend that your clients do to assess what requirements they should be aware of, let's say, or how to map all of these legal challenges?
Well, that of course depends very much on the perspective and on the goals of the respective client or group of clients, either from a certain industry, or if you take the perspective of the industry that's going to set up a data space, or if you take the perspective of, let's say, a cloud service provider that is providing the infrastructure for such a group of companies that are interested in data sharing. I think the general important point is that being compliant is a very complex issue. It depends very much on the perspective. And it has a lot of levels of different aspects of law that you have to take into account. And being Gaia-X compliant can be important, but is only a very short and small part of overall compliance when it comes to data sharing. And the different industries are so important because in many industries you have regulation that are only applicable for certain industry parts. Take the energy sector that has to deal with completely other regulatory requirements in terms of data sharing or digitization of certain aspects compared to the life science sector, or compared to something that is more, for example, consumer oriented. So the regulatory requirements in a certain sector always come on top of general questions that might relate to the challenges in data sharing, the IP for data, trade secrets related to data, which is more the general stuff, and then you have to deal on top with the industry-specific regulations.
Pierre, maybe this can lead to the next question to you, which is you're clearly obviously working at the Gaia-X Association in the compliance working group and also with the Policy and Rules Committee on developing the so-called trust framework. Tell us a little bit about what it is, and I would be very interested to hear also if you think this trust framework can be open enough to address all these different topics from the different sector needs or sector requirements that we just heard about.
So thanks. The trust framework, that's the answer to what I said before and was also shared. It's the baseline to use the same vocabularies. What is a contract? What is a business partner? What is a natural person? What is the location of a service? All of those things that otherwise will have to be assessed one document after another, and that can be very time-consuming for a legal department. The trust framework is here to objectivize, to make comparable. I will avoid using the term automate, to make comparable criteria that will help partners to trust each other and trust by transparency. So tell me what you are doing, show me the proof that you are doing what you claim to do, following one set of vocabularies. And then I will be able to make my decision whether or not I want to contractualize with you. And of course, this framework can be extended per domain. So if there is a specific energy domain, transport, food, health, and so on, those trust framework is the baseline. And then it can be extended with additional vocabularies. Same technical framework, adapted to the constraint of the business.
Okay, so a baseline, on top of this, you can have different additional requirements. I know you just said that automation is not a good word maybe to use. I know we talked about it a while ago a lot. So I want to ask, nevertheless, how can legal challenges or legal requirements, how can we digitize contracts, maybe, let's say, in a way that it can lead to a more automated approach, so that there is legal certainty and that there is the speed that we need also to have data transactions, for example. So maybe that's one for you, Pierre, and then Beatrix, I know, has been working on this at IECO a lot, so maybe she can then also share her insights.
Speed up contracting. Then we are back to the definition of what is a contract. The civil law, there is no harmonized civil law in Europe, if I understood correctly that part. And there is very different definition of a contract, from I'm buying a house and I need to go in front of the notary and sign with my state-issued identity, to putting €2 coins in a vending machine. In both cases, those are contracts. So where in that spectrum do we find ourselves, do we place ourselves? Automating the first one can be done. I mean, in Europe, we have a framework which is called eIDAS. We can use that to legally sign document, digitally sign document. That is a solution to help with the digitalization, and that's about the process. It doesn't help with the reasoning of the contract itself. For that, we will have to express the contract in a policy language that will enable clauses clause like text to be compared. And again, we are back to the notion of picking up common vocabularies. On the other side of the spectrum, we have those €2 coins that we put in the vending machine, and that could be automated maybe for simpler type of exchange or cloud services consumptions. I'm doing an example here for the people who are viewing that remotely. When they click on the link to access this session, they sign a contract. They might not realize it, but there is terms and conditions. And that's kind of a contract there. So, and it's happened like on a daily basis, every day of our life. We sign contracts everywhere. I go to the underground, I buy a ticket. It's a contract.
Okay, I think the contracts we're talking about in the construction sector, for example, work a little bit different, or maybe are a little bit more complex. Beatrix, what is your experience in automating compliance checks there?
Yeah, okay. I think it's rare that a lawyer says, I don't see the problem the technician is designing here, because from my point of view, first question is about which kind of contract do I talk. Of course, vending contract, buyer's contract is different to a data delivery contract, of course. So we talk about at the moment about data delivery contracts, which are kind of licensing contracts. And I love automation of contracts. I love that because you make the lawyers avoidable. And so that's what most of my former colleagues in industry try to reach. So the beginning was framework contracts. You once make a contract and then you never see the lawyer again, because you have only offer and acceptance and deal only with the commercial and the technical questions. And the next step will be the automated contracts. And from my point of view, we won't get to a digitalization of processes and organizations without automated contract. So at first point, you have to talk about standardization if you want to automate contracts. Sometimes contracts need an individual know-how of specialized lawyers, like we have one here, so you go to him, ask, and take his know-how if it's very complicated. If we negotiate, if we have principles of proportionality, if we have to balance interests, all these fields at the moment we can very rarely design with an automated contract. But standardized license contract for data delivery, or for us in the construction process for building information modeling contracts, you make a model of a building, a planning model, a structural engineered model, etc. You have to transfer this in the construction chain. And if you don't transfer it in an automated way, you won't transfer it, because nobody will read the framework contract of the lawyers. Nobody knows if he's entitled to use the model. Nobody knows if he's entitled to transfer the rights. So from my point of view, we have to split up the facts which lead to an individual contract, and the facts we can govern by an automated, by a standardized contract, like general terms and conditions. We have such a lot of standardized contracts, and this for me is a precondition, absolute precondition of working data spaces and workflows in a digitalized process chain.
Susanne, I know you've been waving your microphone. Would you agree with what Beatrix says? Is the legal department in all these different companies and projects going to be happy because they have many less requests because we're going to automate everything?
I think actually they're going to be happy. They're all not bored really at the moment, and they will have enough work left to design the individual parts of the contracts, and also to develop those standardized contract clauses for different branches or different licensing topics. That also takes quite a bit of time, and to get consent on that is not always that easy. But I totally agree with what you said. You first need standardized clauses or licensing models that are accepted by a relevant number of market players, and then I think that the technical automation, then it can be done pretty easily, and probably that part is also not that much different in the different branches or in the different areas. So, sometimes I feel that there are many projects that are called like automating law, or also on the legal tech side, but there are very different situations where you could do that. You could also imagine, or there are projects trying to automate negotiations, and like for individual contracts where you can say, I've got a range of things that I would like to have, and if someone else has the same range of things, then we might be a match for a contract or something like that, but that's not what we need here. I think we've got a good chance. Also, we know in cloud computing there is also many standardized clauses already, so I think we can also do something here, but you first need the consent on the content side of the law, and then you can operationalize it in the
Oliver, maybe before I see we already have questions, so that's a good sign. I think you're all awake, despite the post-lunch hole, as we say in Germany. I see that's great. Before, I would like you, Oliver, to also comment, because we talked about standardized contract clauses in the pre-meeting in the briefing for this panel. What is your view on those? Do you agree with Susanne? And can you expand a little bit maybe on this idea to the audience, why it is so difficult to reach these standardized contract clauses in the first place?
Well, it's always helpful to have standards in general, of course. I mean, Gaia-X is about standards more from a technical perspective, but the same counts for legal standards, and of course, certain standard agreements or standard terms of conditions for certain data sharing scenarios are helpful for the industry, in particular if it's a part of the industry that is not so familiar with sharing data, which is entering a completely new world, so to say. On the other hand, a standard is always a standard and can pay attention to individual needs of companies or a group of companies. And that's actually what is the challenge. I mean, contract automation, or maybe more specifically, transaction automation is, from a legal perspective, very easy to do. It's much more challenging to agree with the group of companies that would like to enter into data sharing agreements on the general framework and the conditions to be laid down in order to do so. What are the conditions for certain data sharing automation? Who is agreeing on what? What is the business idea and the business goal behind it? How do we identify certain companies in a data space that agree on automated data transaction? That is all subject to the general framework, and that is, to my experience, the more challenging part, because a group of companies from a certain sector might be interested to come together to enter into a data space or data sharing, but to get them all on the same page and to agree on the liability, the responsibilities, the rights that everyone has in this data space, that is the fundament that you need before you can enter into the transactions. So that's really the challenging and the very important part of every data space and every data ecosystem.
Great. And now let's hear some questions from the audience.
Yeah, we have some concerning the legal framework as well as definitions. So that's where Pierre comes in, I think. I start with the legal question. So how concretely or precisely does Gaia-X plan to show on a technical level compliance with the newest EU regulations such as the AI Act or the Data Act? Maybe Susanne, you might start, or Beatrix?
Well, when we look at the Data Act, what will be relevant definitely for the rules that are laid down in Gaia is, for example, the rules on cloud switching and interoperability. So what we're going to have to do is look at what we have already set up as rules and compare it with what is now in the law and try to understand whether that fits. And if it doesn't yet, then we will have to adapt the rules so that ideally they reflect the law already, and that you can be sure when you're compliant with the Gaia rules, you're also compliant with what is in the Data Act.
Mm-hmm. If I may add. So, exactly, and that's also important to remind that this is an iterative process. I mean, every year, every semester, we publish new documentation. So, for example, the concrete answer to what we just discussed, that's a document that was released last year. So it has the nickname 2210 because it was released in October 2022. We implemented those specifications, so the trust framework, we implemented into source code and real running services trust framework 2210. And that's how everyone can submit their proof and get back an attestation, a signed attestation saying that, okay, you went through those different checks. I will avoid the term compliance. You went through those all those checks, and here is the proof that you went through all those checks. And then you can use that credential, that element, technical object, to exchange it with other partners, and that's how you might establish trust as a foundation. And for the Data Act, the Data Management Act, the AI Act, and the other thousands of acts that are on the roadmap, that's an iterative work that we'll have to all address.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add one point. I think everybody has to understand that compliance, as Susanne already said, in the Gaia-X sense, is a technical compliance and not a legal compliance. So it's, with regard to the question, vice versa, we have to look into the legal framework, and then we check everything, the policies and the technical components, if they are legally compliant. That's what we are doing in our project at the moment. We take everything what has a connection to a legal standard or a legal regulated clause or act, and we have to counter-prove that. So it's a bit vice versa. It's the hen and egg problem. Do we look at the techniques at the beginning, or do we look at the law? And as law is developing, we have to check everything if it's compliant with law.
Or we call it the iterative process, which is definitely right.
I think Susanne also wants to comment on this.
Yeah, but I just wanted to add, it's because I don't completely agree on that side, because of course in the Gaia rules there are some legal rules also reflected. When I think of about, for example, what we expect from cloud providers with respect to data protection, organizational stuff, then at least you could say if you choose a provider who fulfills those Gaia rules, he will most certainly also fulfill GDPR rules in that regard. It doesn't, what you're looking at, the data licensing agreements and what the surrounding on how to handle data and stuff, that's not comprised yet.
Yeah, but from my point of view, you have to check if what in the Gaia-X documents, like the technical architecture and the policies, is said, is that really legally compliant, and is that faced by the law? And there is a liability clause in the document, in the architecture documents, saying we do not make any legal statements. We just make technical statements, and so the task is for every field, even of course, there are legal clauses in it, but without any binding direction. And so we have to check if this is valid legally or not. And you see, even the lawyers can have lively discussions.
I have an answer coming in for that one. Gaia-X also supports the transparency provisions for data space operators required by the Data Act through the federated catalog. That's an add-on to your answers as well. I'd like to mix with the definition questions. Are data spaces considered data intermediation services after the Digital Governance Act? Oliver.
Very much depends on the individual business case. I mean, that's a very good question. It's in particular very important because it's only a few days ahead until the Data Governance Act comes into force in Europe, and then it will be directly applicable all over Europe. And then companies that potentially declare themselves as data intermediate services will have to register for these services in the future. And it depends very much in the data space. Well, do you rely on a third-party actor that is acting as a data intermediate service or data trustee or something like that, or not? And even if they are a data intermediate service, are they such a service according to the definition of the Data Governance Act? That's really the challenging question. But I think there is no general answer for all data spaces. It very much depends on the business case.
Yeah, I could add something what we discussed in our project, and Christoph Strinnel and me, we had lively discussion about that being not in line. So the data intermediate, the most important point is that he links parties to share data. And the DGA is saying any link who leads to a kind of business relationship is already a data intermediation service. So the question is, what is a linkage? And this relies to that what Oliver is saying, but from our point of view, legal point of view, and we're trying to clear up that with the European Commission, is every link will lead to the data intermediation with the legal consequence to separate services and data. And this is crucial for the business case.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Next and last one for this session. There are more coming in, but I'd like to take that one because it seems to be easy to answer, but we had that one yesterday within the networking part. So what is the difference between data spaces and federations in your point of view?
Yeah.
Pierre.
As the only technical person on the panel, maybe you want to have a go at this one.
I see smiles in the audience because people know my point of view on that one. Do I need a data space to exchange data? No. Do I need a federation to consume services? No. However, those two words are useful concepts when you start to elaborate a strategy with your partners. There are as many different data space definitions that there are contracts, in fact. We have Lighthouse project, we have groups of people sharing data. They are doing everything on-chain, on smart contract. That's a data space. Mm-hmm. We have data space that have requirement to first sign 3 times 15 pages of document with a stamp. That's also a data space. There is not much in common between the two.
And how is Gaia-X supporting data spaces and federations?
That's a very good question. That one, it's easier. Yeah. There are so many flavors of data spaces that it's like a math problem. We try to help users to converge, to exchange data. So basically, we help users to measure how far away, how interoperable they are. We've talked about contract. We've talked about being able to use the same vocabularies. That's a tool that you can, semantically speaking, in terms of computer science, analyze. Are you using the same procedure, the same type of keys to sign? Are you using the same format? Are you using the same vocabulary to express your clauses? And this is something that we can give a measure between 0 and 1. And that's how we help data spaces. So there are as many data spaces as we can think of. To some extent, to me, sending an SMS to someone is a data space. The Gaia-X will help to figure out, are you interoperable, or with how many other partners you are interoperable. And that's what we want to focus on. Building data spaces, I will leave that to people who are more knowledgeable than me on what is a data space.
Okay, Pierre, maybe we can stick with you for a second here then and talk about, again, the trust framework, because I know this is something that people are following very closely. And of course, like the technical architecture in Gaia-X, everything is evolving very fast, right? So what was true 1 year ago might not be the status quo today. And of course, one of our main target groups for Gaia-X are also small and medium-sized companies throughout Europe, right? So the question is, like, for SMEs trying to get involved with Gaia-X, how can they partake without being overwhelmed by the variety of different technological developments, let's say, or developments also with legal context, like the trust framework? How do you recommend they keep up with the pace?
Very tough question, but because it's in fact evolving quite fast, and there are different initiatives. There is no good and bad initiative. There are different objectives because they work on different topics, and that's perfectly fine. From what Gaia-X is concerned, when we talk about Gaia-X compliance, Gaia-X set of rules, there is only one services, the compliance engine, the Gaia-X compliance engine. You want to be Gaia-X compliant, use the Gaia-X compliance service engine. That's the only thing that is required. We don't require a specific wallet. We don't require a specific data exchange connectors or component. We require you to be able to show that to be Gaia-X compliant, you went through the process of validating checks. And we developed the solution so there is no locking. There is no one central place where you need to go. We replicate that in many different cloud providers and partners that we are working on. So this is not in the hand of one association, Gaia-X trying to be the next big brother, not at all. We really work on having that distributed, decentralized next version as much as possible. So you can go through the process of all those checks and showing that in a very, I would say, privacy-preserving mode.
Yeah, and I think the panel we heard earlier today here, where we talked to the 11 Gaia-X, or some of the 11 Gaia-X projects here in Germany, right? They're also getting involved with Gaia-X using GXFS components. And of course, this is what we're here today for. This is obviously the annual conference. So I'd like to also take it back a bit and see with you how you think open source software toolboxes, let's say, and components like the ones being developed by GXFS can help to kickstart federations and data spaces, or however you want to call it. So, Oliver, maybe you want to go first, and yeah, happy to hear the others' thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, no, I really believe that tools, general open source based tools, and more specifically the GXFS tools can be a kickoff, can be a catalyst for data spaces, because it's a toolbox, and in particular for small and medium-sized companies, it's of course easier to use a toolbox rather than to develop their own toolbox or their own federation services. So that's really an important part of the involvement of data spaces. And yes, I'm glad to see, I was here last year as well, I'm glad to see that there is involvement and that more and more services or federation services are available on the one hand side, and that we also see a growing number of data spaces at the horizon. And I think that's a very good development in general.
And Beatrix, in your project, IECO is one of the 11 projects I just mentioned. So how did you guys assess whether GXFS is the right way to help you set up your federation, your project in IECO?
Yeah, of course, we do not start with Gaia-X federated services, we start with the legal compliance of the legal framework. So that is to say, I give you an example. If you apply for a building permit in our project, we are a building project, you have the requirement to have a handwritten signature, which can be substituted by a qualified electronic signature. So Gaia-X compliance at this point will help me nothing, because I have to know the legal requirement of the qualified electronic signature, which is regulated by the IDAS regulation that the member states accept each other these kind of certificates. So for my common data environment between the partners of a building project, I only need any electronic signature. I can impose that by my contract. So, but how can Gaia-X help me? And what we do is we look at the identity and trust services, of course, and then I can take the verifying tools, the federated services, to verify the kind of QoS, for example. And as I learned now, perhaps you can tell us a bit more about this. My knowledge until today was that we don't have a verification of QoS signatures, but we have now, as I learned 10 minutes ago, 6 countries, or what was it, Pierre, where we have this verification. And so I can use the Gaia-X components fulfilling the legal situation of qualified electronic signatures and of electronic signatures in my common data environment, use these technical components after I've understood which kind of signature I need for which case in my building project. And that's what we do.
Just on the topic of qualified signature, we do have that rules as part of the Gaia-X compliance for about a year now. And those verifications are done in the compliance engine implemented. So you can use any of the European qualified signature and e-seal and go through the Gaia-X compliance check. That will be validated as an officially legally binding signature. The thing that we have implemented the last month, that's directly the integration with your national ID card. So some of the countries have national ID card with IDA certificate. I know that for France, that's not the case. We are a bit late in that game. But we integrate with 6 other companies, meaning that we've just activated 31 million new Gaia-X legal participants free of charge through the Gaia-X compliance services that are legally able to bind to sign a binding document.
Okay, I see we have a few more questions. So Alexa?
Just 2 last ones, the one referring to Beatrix and our feedback discussion from before. How to ensure that the benefits of the IECO projects are accessible to all stakeholders in the construction industry.
Yeah, we do a lot with regard to that. Christoph and me, we are working on a kind of legal technical guide how to implement Gaia-X policies and components in the legal world of data sharing. And of course, we have a big network with the building industry, with the craftsman industry and institutes, and with a lot of people trying to share our knowledge with them. And in December, a book of participants here in the research projects will be published, where we present our models, our legal models, everything what we have worked on to share with the scientific and the practice community.
Great. So you're already really deep into working on that. Last one is a specific question, and then I'll leave you to a little quick fire. Are Gaia-X components responsible for ensuring data sovereignty of natural persons after establishing a contract with service provider? It's a hard one, I think.
It's a complex
It's
question.
a complex. So Susanne is
It's a complex one. The first thing that we are doing, we have to, every time there is a complex situation, it's easier to go one step after another. So data access, done, we know how to do that. Data negotiation, so there is an offer, a request, down to an agreement. That is what we work on. The next step, which is how do we enforce those rules, that requires some more technical deep dive that will involve either very intensive mathematical operation, homomorphic encryption, some hardware operation, trust execution enclave, trusted boot, secure boot, TPM, and I see few heads that are like, what the hell is talking about?
Okay.
Basically, it's more and more advanced, and this is a topic that we will address probably within the next semesters.
Okay, all right.
So that after the exchange, the rules are enforced technically speaking.
Okay.
Because the legal enforcement, we already know how to do that.
Thank you so much. I hope this is a sufficient answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Before we move on to the next panel, which I know the panelists are already in the starting holds here, Susanne and Oliver, I'd like to ask you both, from your perspective, because you were clearly both involved in the setup of Gaia-X from the very beginning. What is your view in the last 4 years or 5 years, let's say? How has the political framework that is shaping the data economy, how has it evolved, and what is the direction that you think we're going to get into?
Well, what we clearly have, and I already said that yesterday, is the Data Act and the Data Governance Act, who are highly relevant for data spaces and all data sharing projects, and also for cloud services in general, with some of the provisions we got from the Data Act. And there we have a broad obligation to share data for companies. So it's not only a nice to have anymore in the future, but there will be situations where companies will have to respond to questions for data from others, and they will have to find a way to share this data that they are obliged to share. So I think there we have probably got a little more pressure to work on these issues than we already had. And then I think another interesting development is for example, the new AI Act, the Product Liability Act, and stuff like that, because there are some provisions in there, for example, concerning open source software that are potentially critical to also the data spaces, because they are usually based on the commonly used components are open source. So that's something to keep an eye on, and also the further distribution of liability through the value chain or the different stakeholders. So it's a really dynamic environment in which we build these things.
Yeah, if we look back, like as you said, 4 or 5 years ago, there was almost nothing on the horizon that would support data sharing and the data economy. It all started more or less with the data strategy of the European Commission back in 2020, and the Data Act as well as the Data Governance Act are one or two important regulations to translate this European data strategy into a regulatory framework. And that's what we also see on the national level. We have seen the new data strategy of the German federal government being adopted only a couple of days ago. So there is a lot of political understanding and the will to support our economy in transitioning into a data economy. And that is something that has fundamentally changed compared to 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, so
I take away from this discussion that a good legal framework or a future-proof one can actually help us, accelerate with data sharing, with setting up digital ecosystems, because it sounds to me that uncertainty is more of a innovation killer than having a law that is at least gives some clear rules. And yeah, that's interesting to hear. Maybe, Pierre, we can throw a bone, the very last one, to the next panel, because they're going to talk about trust, and I know that's one of your favorite topics as well. So maybe you can tell us a little bit, as the final statement, what is your view on all of this? How does trust play a role?
One of the first questions, trust is a keyword that was used everywhere. When I arrived at Gaia-X, and when I don't know a word, I open the dictionary. And there is a definition of trust, and then I thought about how do people trust each other. Usually this is a combination of 3 things. How much information do I have? How much can I verify the information? And what is the history? So if someone is showing you a full list of credentials, but you don't know this person, you might not trust them, even if they have all the credentials you ask for. Someone that has no credentials, but you work with them for last 20 years and it was successful, you will trust him. So usually that's about the 3 combinations. How much information do you have? How can you verify the information? And the history of that information.
Okay.
And that would be, for me, the baseline for establishing that trust.
Okay, great. Because now that we've learned how to, or that it is important to have standardized contracts and to have clear legal frameworks, we're going to discuss now what has to come before we do this, and that's the topic of trust. So, yeah, I think thanks for the little statement. Maybe the next panelists want to comment on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vivian and the panel. We changed on the fly, so and I looked up the definition of trust. Actually, there's a law definition, but I stick with that one. It's the firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability of someone or something. So we will talk about that right now, and that's a strong fundament, bone catched. Emma Wehrwein will lead the next discussion, and I welcome her on stage with her iPad to tell us what dimensions of trust you will tackle, actually. Welcome, Emma.
Thank you.
Bone catched, I said. So what dimensions of trust will you tackle here?
I mean, I think that's the topic that we will discuss right now in the panel and for the next 30 minutes. But I think that something that Beatrix said, I think that's also really interesting also to elaborate a little bit more with my panelists. It's exactly the thing that in most of the companies that for which Gaia-X should be interesting, their daily business is not IT, you know? Yeah. They are working in the construction industry, they work somewhere else, so for them, I can also understand, easier to trust someone that you actually meet, you shake hands, you know, you do your contract on site, on the construction site, for example. So I think that's interesting to understand how can we actually change the way we build trust in some industries also in a bigger way in a federated ecosystem.
Yeah, I'd say this conference is a good start, but you may find a lot more ways. Thank you very much. Emma, I leave the stage to you and monitor the Slido questions.
Thanks, Alexa. All right, so I want to invite my panelists on stage now with me. Again, I start with women first. I would like to Dr. Maria Barros-Weiss. She was also already on stage yesterday. She is the Vice President of Digital Ecosystem Division at IONOS. Next on, we have Professor Norbert Pohlmann. He is a professor for cybersecurity and is also the director of the Institute for Internet Security at Westfälische Hochschule Gelsenkirchen. Welcome. And of course, last but not least, I have a lot of discussions with him on a daily business regarding trust. That's Berthold Meyer. All right. So I think there were already some discussion points already touched on in the panel before. I think maybe also interesting, you followed, I saw you already in the crowd when Pierre was commenting on his approach to trust. Maybe do you have, to kickstart the panel discussion, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so I can start. Yes, so we heard during these 2 days how trust is important, and mainly in automated systems, but in multiplayer systems, like any digital ecosystems and the data space as well. Trust is one of the main important things. And we also got from the previous panel that what is fundamental for trust, it's transparency. Because with transparent protocols, with transparent systems, you can gain trust, right? And this trust is in the players that are part of your system, of your digital ecosystem, of your data space. The trust is in the reliability of the services. The trust is also with the compliance with policies, compliance with regulations. So this is very important to create engagement of the players, to create customer loyalty, and this transparency also helps engaging new players and avoiding lock-in solutions, for instance. Again, something that the open source software will also foster.
I think I'm a big fan of maybe going a little deeper into the buzzwords that are out there. You also already mentioned transparency. I also remember in our briefing for the panel that was also a big topic for you. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more with some examples what you see as transparency and how transparency is helping building trust?
Well, first we heard Pierre saying that giving us the definition of trust, right, and saying that it needs to be verified, and here it's not an example, but it's the general definition per se shows us how transparency creates trust, right? Having the background. But one example can be, for instance, the work that is being done in the Gaia-X, in the Gaia-X specs also, to involve in the contracts information enough that you can lay down your requirements when you offer a service, when you offer data, and that you can understand in a transparent way what are these requirements and what are the conditions in which this service and data are offered by the contract itself. So this is a good example where the transparency can bring confidence in the system.
Thank you. Norbert, I want to approach you next. I think coming back to what Beatrix was saying earlier, I think that's really important to also discuss on this panel, because I think it's one of the biggest issues that most of the people out there who are facing now digitalization, they of course more trust someone that they actually see, that they maybe had already worked together with for the last, I don't know, decade. But now it's like the question for you is like, how can interpersonal trust be actually translated into, let's say, institutional trust?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have to see there's a lot of
definition about interpersonal trust, but what is important for us is that interpersonal trust is between people, and this is based on personal criteria, for example, certain gestures. And if two people trust each other, normally they're based on the ability of empathy. In theory, institutional trust is that people trust in an institution, and that's not so easy. It's necessary that the people or the user is willing to trust the company, and they need reason for this. And if you see, at the moment we can conclude on the behavior of the user if they use services that they have to trust the companies. And of course, there's a reason to do this because the user have personal benefits from it. But at the end, it's a question, or the people justify this blind trust for the benefits. But in our belief is that this automation of blind trust will not feasible for the future, because there is, for various reasons, because the dependency we have as a user company, for example, for cloud service, will getting much greater. And therefore, we believe we need new ways to build trust, especially institutional trust. And our idea is that we need a kind of ecosystems based on trust and trustworthiness, where we handle the interference between trust and trustworthiness between the user companies and the provider. And that, of course, could be for data, could be for cloud services, as well for artificial intelligence.
I saw, Maria, you want to add on to that?
Trust by design. So if you have the system designed in the way that everything is very open and clear, and you know exactly the conditions, and you know exactly what are the different parts of the system that is being offered, but also what are the different contractual parts when you offer data or service in the system, then you can for sure increase trust also in automated systems.
Yep. I believe that's not enough. So if you have contracts, or if you have technology, that's a good basic to have or to build trust. But I really believe that's not enough. We need much more additional trust level. So let me will give you an example. We have developed a trustworthiness model, and you see you have the user companies, and then you have the provider and the solution. And what you need justified trust of different areas. For example, how can you trust the company? It's not the technology. It's can you
the values, the sovereignty.
It's have you confidence in the companies? Is the companies reliable? Is the company integer? Is the company using IT security technology? Or if you see the IT solution, is the solution transparent so that you can understand what happens? Is there something about the capability of the solution? But also the conciseness of purpose is important. So you need a lot of different aspects in such an ecosystems to handle this, and at the end you have to see. This was the statement of the last guy here on the panel. We have to verify it. Of course, I'm not able to verify all this technological stuff because it's so complex, and therefore we need help. We need an ecosystems which help us to understand that. Provider with their technology to everything to convince us that there is trustworthy.
So I see your point, and indeed, and we see this also in the Lighthouse projects that are building federators or data spaces for different sectors, where it is very important indeed to have the players from the sector, to have the institutions from the sector that indeed are trustable in this sector. And we have this in the Lighthouse projects that are building the Gaia-X data spaces with these Gaia-X federated service components. It's very important that they are from the beginning, that they are part of the design of the system, because they are the trust institutions.
I already see the discussion is going on in a really deep level. Maybe to raise it up to level and also include Bertolt in the discussion. I think it's interesting because you are, of course, the work package head in the GXFS project funded by the German ministry, but you're also heavily involved in the discussions in the Gaia-X community and are also an expert, I would say, for trust building and identity, like in the context of ecosystems. I think it's also interesting to deep dive a little bit more into like how trust can be established in ecosystems, because from my understanding, of course, it would also be great to maybe, if I trust one federation, for example, to also not have the process all the time with all the other federations if there's already maybe some trust between these both federations. So maybe you can deep dive a little bit more, first off, how trust can be established in ecosystems, and then, of course, about trust chains.
Yeah, I like the statement from you, Mr. Bollmann. Trust is very individual. Who is verifying the trust? And each of you need a policy, and they define his own policy. Trust cannot be delegated. And this is what you need today in a digitalized ecosystem. You need a new way how you establish in a, I will name it also, automated way for trust. And you can only do that if you have a trust model that is in a technical manner validatable. That means you need two things on what we say in the ecosystem. You need a policy language that is automated. The second, what you need is trust anchors. You need a clear trust anchor. And trust anchor could be on different levels. It could be a trust list. It could also be IDAS. IDAS is a trust anchor. It could be. And the third, what we see is you need trust not only on the level of institution. You need trust on the institution. You need trust on the participants, they are using the service, and the principals. You need to trust I'm really an employee of a participant and I can use the services. And the next level is we need trust, and this is often forgotten, the data. What I get, I need to trust the data. They are attested. And from a legal, or you trust in that who was attesting the data. And this is other trust. And then we have trust. And when you don't go now in the technical manner and say, we use the same ecosystem and the same technology, the same standards, it's very hard to validate that. It's not enough, I put it every time the picture, to say, we often see when we come in the last 20 years to a company, a lot of PDFs on the wall that was printed out on the wall, and look on that and say, this is trust. This is only a paper trust. We need in the ecosystem a technical trust, and this is what we have to go through. And this is what we define in the Gaia-X toolbox.
I already see, Alexa, we have some questions from the audience.
Yes, I have a few. First one, very general, what role do you think branding plays when it comes to trust? We just heard that paper trust is not real trust, but what can branding add to that? Is that a way to go?
So branding in means of reputation?
Well, I think it's what, yeah, reputation, labels, things like that.
So, we can talk about branding on different level, but what I really believe is that trustworthiness will be a really differentiator in the international business, and I see that trustworthiness will be very important in the future, and maybe if you do it in the Gaia-X context, if you have a label and say Gaia-X have trustworthy technology and maybe have other trustworthy aspect, and we label this, I think that's wonderful, and we can explain what we do from Europe, and we can be successfully also internationally. So then I think branding, it's wonderful and it's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. That one goes to Maria, I think, because you elaborated the word transparency, or the buzzword you discussed first. Isn't transparency of less importance for trust? Coca-Cola, for example, is well accepted, even though the company is keeping the recipe in secret.
Indeed, but here transparency, it's transparency in the system, and we are talking about multiplayer systems as well, right? Transparency, but even if Coca-Cola is not transparent in the recipe, the history also allows us to trust the product, or to know the product, and to know how liable and how reliable the product is. In this case, in data spaces, we are talking about multiplayers. We are talking about systems based in components coming from multiple parties, and we are also talking about many participants, not only users, but also providers. So transparency in all this system, that one knows exactly what are the parts that are involved. Transparency also regarding the source of the data and the quality of the data, because quality of data is also very abstract, right? The same data can be considered being quality data for one purpose and not for the other. So having transparency also in the information about the data, and also on the code itself, on the software itself. So this open source openness that also gives trust to what to find in the system.
Yeah, I think Coca-Cola is a very B2C example. It doesn't really reflect on what we need here. Just two more. Is Gaia-X goal to connect the parties together in trusted environment and step out during the service consumption or data exchange? Is that a question one could answer, maybe Berthold?
Yeah, what we are defining, and sorry, yes.
Okay.
What we are defining is, we see different ecosystems, federations, and what we see is a federation should also collaborate with each other federations. So you need trust across federations, and you have to establish a trust between them. And this is our idea to introduce a new component. This is based from Fraunhofer, it's developed together with Fraunhofer. We extended in the Gaia-X, and that makes it possible to have inter-federation trust. And what we are doing is to ensure one federation have not to administer the other federation trust, say, define only one contract, and this with this own contract, we can automatically trust the other federations. So it's from the administration. Trust have very many things to do with administration, and the administration should be transparent and easy to administer. If you don't have that easy, then the trust doesn't work. And that's what we are currently doing, and that makes it possible to have an interoperable trust across federations.
Yeah. Maria.
And this is particularly important for many business cases, right? For instance, all the value chains business cases where you need data, you need services from different sectors, so then from different data spaces, and you will not be able to trust all the entities because you are also not knowing all the trustful entities in each of the sectors that you will need. Automotive driving is another example where you will have to be cross sectors, cross data spaces, in order to have a business case in place.
Yeah, maybe I would like to extend the terms of trust. Of course, all what we do in Gaia-X, it's an open compliance, it's an open architecture, it's open source, so it's very transparency. But if you see, if another companies use these services, then for the companies use these services of the company, it's important to understand, have they the skills and the resources to use these services in the right way, and or is they willing to make a commitment that they offer it nearly to 100% reliable. So it's transparent, but we also need commitments from the companies that they do everything to convince me as a user company that they do everything that my services run correctly and they protect me. So it's more than transparency, it's also commitments.
And reliability.
Yeah. I try to cluster the last 3 questions because there's a need for facts and figures. I can see that here. What do you think how trust can be measured and broken down to a level that end users, and I include B2B level with end users as well, to make an informed decision without having to be a digital expert? And then that refers to another question. Where do you see the drivers which pushes companies to adoption of GX Federation services without being maybe a technical expert on the top level?
Yeah, maybe I can explain a little bit our research project. It's called Trusted Platform for Artificial Intelligence Solution and Data. And what we do here, we developed a platform which gives providers the opportunities to present transparency with different kind of trustworthiness aspect. And the reason for that is that the user or the user companies can build up trust. And therefore that is the question. We offer also a trustworthiness index which facilitate the customer companies to make easily a decision-making process. And on top of this, and not last but not least, we have also reputation systems which verify or even falsify the credibility of the statement made by the companies which is registered in the platform. So we see that the community built-in reputation systems, so that not every user companies that not able to evaluate the system say, okay, the community says all these commitments and all this transparent information are correctly, and therefore I can trust the company.
Can I add something? What we did in the toolbox, we developed this TSA, this is Trust Service API. Why we developed that? Exactly for that, to say we have a policy language, and that should not go through the end user. It's transparent. A platform are creating this policy language, not a human readable, this is more a machine readable policy language, and that should evaluate it directly from all the sources. And there are a lot of cryptography inside that, and that should be transparent. And the cryptography is hard, and that means you have to hide it. And you have to do it without cryptography. In the digital world is not trust. You cannot trust them. And then you define in the policy your own, only you say, I want to only trust companies that are in Europe, as an example, and then you go to the policy language, evaluate that for you with functions that are checking the signatures and also looking to the trust anchor. Is that really anchored there? And then you can really say, that is for the end user usable. If not, have such a platform, as you say, you cannot gain trust.
Okay, I think, because working with you, Bertolt, for many times, I would try to summarize again what you just said. Correct me if I'm wrong. So with the TSA, that's one component out of our toolbox, you will be able to formulate your own level of trust with specific parties, right? So if I will be a Federation Emma, and I would love to work with Norbert, Maria, and Berthold. And Maria, I don't know yet, because I've never worked with her before in any way. And so I would say, okay, if there's a request for Maria, this should pop up. But if Berthold, because we are working together now for 2 years, I can have a policy rule written down for my federation saying if Berthold requests something, I trust Berthold, right?
I can only answer yes. That's exactly the idea behind it. And you write it individually, and this is what you say, is the trust you cannot delegate trust and say, I have looked to you, or I explained it often, my wife, I trust my wife without any contract. You don't trust my wife. Why? You don't know her. So you need a different policy, and you write it down. I trust my wife. I trust not independent or other persons, and so on, and you write it down. The only what you need an interface that is helping you to define that, and you cannot give this technical policy language to the end user. Yeah. This is impossible, and here you need portals and tooling above that.
I'm already seeing that we are reaching the end of the panel, unfortunately. I had so many also great questions prepared, but I think for a closing statement, something that I'm also personally interested to hear your opinions on, because you're coming from different backgrounds. So I think that's a great perspective also on this question, because I feel like trust and especially also sovereignty are discussed really heavily on a European level, right? So especially as a key success factor for the European community, as it's also enforced in regulations we just heard in the panel before. I would love to know from you guys, do you believe that at some point this could be a competitive advantage for Europe, that we are having these topics so high on our agenda, and why do you think it hasn't been so far? Or do you feel like it is already a competitive advantage?
Yeah, I believe so. First, so it's a differentiator because Europe has very particular values. As any other country, we also, or region, we also have our values, our legislation, our compliances. For us, sovereignty is very important. And therefore, this trust, or a system that offers this trust with the tools and all the discussions that we had here, what Gaia-X can provide to increase and to bring trust by design, right? This is very important for Europe. First, because we have very strong legislation governance. Then, because we have our values. There are particular requirements that are important for us, and maybe they are not important in other parts of the world. And then because we are also fragmented, we are many countries together. And even if there are European legislation and regulation, there are also national regulations, sometimes even regional, like the Bundesland legislations, right? And this trust by design will really make it a differentiator for Europe to be able also to compete in some domains that are dominated by international partners.
So I think we can all agree that trust is important, but Norbert, do you believe that it's already a competitive advantage in the market, on the worldwide?
Yes, of course, I believe really, because if you see the monopolistic companies from the US, they behave not really trustworthiness. So they have the business model paying with our personal data, and they don't accept our moral ideas of privacy. And what we do here in Europe is really, or we have the opportunities, if we stress on trustworthiness, we have really a differentiator in the international business, and we can be really successful in Europe and internationally if we stress on trustworthiness. For me, trustworthiness is the cornerstone of digitalization, so we have to focus on it and to bring it forward as fast as possible.
I like the energy. And Berthold.
Yeah, if you look to IDAS was a success. America looks to Germany and say, IDAS, wow, this is really was a success. And now the IDAS 2 came out, and it brings the next level. And I see the advantage at that, and we have to build on that model. And I like the IDAS 2 specification. The first was very yeah, sometimes some weaknesses as a specification every time I have. And now the IDAS 2 level give us, I think, more advantages what we are looking on. America is every time looking to that. And so I think it's a success story.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel and to Emma for hosting this session. There were, yeah, you stay just a moment. There were a lot of questions coming up right now, so I promise you all of them will be archived, and I hand them over to the GXFS team. They will work with them and get them all. So I encourage you to come back at 3:30. I leave you to the last coffee break of this conference now, and be back at 3:30 to give us more of your questions and what your interests are, because that's what the conference is all about. And I saw some heads shaking, so maybe you can discuss it right now in the coffee break. There might be other opinions in the room as well. Thank you so much. See you back at 3:30.
Welcome to this video. Here we are going to illustrate how to register a company in a federation and how to apply to a federation with your employees. Once the federation is set up, other participants can join the group and onboard their participants, resources, and service offerings. Everyone is able to offer or purchase data, or even offer entirely new services to federation members. The federation thereby builds up a portfolio of private and public smart services. While every federation has the flexibility to describe their own workflows, using the GXFS toolbox ensures interoperability within the federation and with other federations. Applying as an organization to a federation is a three-step process. Let's look at the technicalities behind it and how a newly established federation can use the GXFS toolbox to make the onboarding workflow for new participants smooth and easy. Step number 1 entails creating a so-called decentralized identifier for your organization, DID for short. DIDs are a new type of identifier that enable verifiable, decentralized digital identities. In order to obtain a DID, a company will appoint an onboarding officer tasked with setting up the Organization Credential Manager, OCM, which is a cloud-based self-sovereign identity, SSI wallet, for storing, presenting, and issuing verifiable credentials of a company and its employees. The onboarding officer installs and initializes the Organization Credential Manager component in their company's IT environment. Next, the onboarding officer publishes his obtained DID document in the Gaia-X registry. The DID document comes in JSON LD format to ensure interoperability within the federation and with other federations. It holds the DID itself as well as public information, such as public keys and endpoints. Therefore, the DID document is essential for interacting with other participants in the Gaia-X ecosystem. Step 2. Submit an application request. Now that the DID document is obtained, the onboarding officer starts the onboarding and accreditation workflow for his company on the Federation's portal. During this process, all relevant data, such as the applicant's self-description, as well as consent to the terms and conditions of the Federation, will be checked. Once this information is provided, the onboarding officer submits his onboarding request to the Federation. During the accreditation workflow, the Federation will verify the submitted onboarding information for completeness and accuracy with the support of appointed conformity assessment bodies where applicable, for example, for security and data privacy assessment, as well as specific audits, attestations, and code of conducts. If everything is in order, the Federation approves the onboarding request and a verifiable credential, VC, is issued using the notarization service. The onboarding officer can now add his verifiable credentials, in this case they are membership credentials, to his company's Organizational Credential Manager wallet. Step 3. Enable your employees to join. Now the newly joined company can issue credentials to all its employees to join the Federation on behalf of the company. All employees seeking to join the Federation must be registered in the company's internal identity management system, to which the Organizational Credential Manager is already linked. Employees can download the Personal Credential Manager in a next step. The onboarding officer defines what roles different employees seeking to join the Federation will be assigned. Differentiations can be made with regards to authorities granted to an individual employee. For example, authority to sign off on data transactions or prior approval from a manager needed. Once the roles have been defined, the individual employee IDs are transformed into verifiable credentials and provided to the employees. Employees accept and store these credentials in their personal credential wallet, PCM. With the help of these verifiable credentials, all employees of the company that newly joined can act within the respective federation. Thank you for watching. And welcome to the Gaia-X community.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the final sprint of this conference. We had a lot of best practices here on stage. We heard the hub speaking here. We discussed definitions like data spaces and federations. And somehow my colleague hosting the last panel is wrapping it up all together and bringing it all to stage. Alessandra Perna is the community manager for hubs and data spaces at the ISBL. Welcome, Alessandra, on stage. Hi. So you support the Lighthouse projects within the ISBL, right?
Yes.
And you stay in constant contact with your panelists. So what do you expect from that panel right now?
So I'm very looking forward to this panel and learn and let all of you learn about our Gaia-X Lighthouse projects, some of our Lighthouse projects that will be here with us today. We heard many times in these 2 days the value of community, and that a key factor for Gaia-X success will be the community and connecting the right people. So I'm very looking forward to hear what is the value of collaboration for our Lighthouse projects and what they think about it.
That's great. So one last chance to hear more about best practices. Thank you very much, Alessandra.
Thank you, Alexa.
I leave the stage to you and monitor the Slido questions.
Thank you. See you later. So I'd like to call on stage Dominique Bardot, project manager at EONA-X. Dominique, thank you for joining us. I'd then like to call on stage Christian Bölling for EIT Manufacturing, Director of EIT Manufacturing, representing EU ProGigant. Thank you, Christian. I'd then like to call on stage Christophe Gerbet, CTO of AgData Hub. Thank you for joining us, Christophe. I'll call then Klaus Otterwetz. Thank you for joining us, representing Structure-X. And I don't see Stefan. Here you go, Stefan Turbul from Gaia-X for Future Mobility, Research Associate at DLR. So it's a big panel we got here, 5 panelists. And I think I would like to start by asking you, what is a Lighthouse project? So we hear the Lighthouse projects are front runners of the implementation of Gaia-X, leading the way from the concept of Gaia-X to industrialization. So I think I'd like to hear from each of you with an introductory, a brief, short introductory of your project, and what is the added value that Gaia-X brings to your project. And we might start with you, Dominique.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. So for me, the contribution of Gaia-X to our project is really to bring a structure and to be present with us and to help us to understand how we can find business value in sharing data, which is not obvious for the members at the beginning. When we first met, it was not so easy. And thanks to discussions with the working group we have in Gaia-X, we have been able to find some use cases. And I think it's important to have Gaia-X support for that.
Thank you, Dominique. And maybe, Dominique, I'll stick with you and ask you, can you tell us something about EONA-X? What is the main focus? What is the business problem and the business solution that EONA-X offers?
So EONA-X members want to create a mobility, transport, and tourism data space, which is sovereign, to improve mostly multimodal transportation between all the transport modes. The members are representative of the transport modes mostly. So we have train, we have air, we have buses, we have airports, we have technology providers in the mobility, we have as well research institute to help us, and we have a representative of the tourism sector as well. And we want to share data to improve the way the mobility is working, because when you take a plane or when you take a multimodal trip, mostly, you have observed that it's not so smooth. And we will see it very soon when we'll take our plane together, Alessandra. So we believe that there are a lot of things to do there. And it will help also for sustainable purposes to find the most relevant transport mode in a more automated way. And maybe I will talk about the use cases later.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Maybe I'll jump to Stefan, to stick to mobility. Stefan, what's Gaia-X for Future Mobility Scope?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for introducing. We're not one project. We're actually 6 singly funded projects. And each of the projects tries to integrate different areas of mobility. So our idea was to basically try to cover a lot of different scenarios that we would find in creating mobility applications and smart mobility solutions. And I guess what makes the projects kind of the lighthouse is that we thought, okay, how can we connect? And within each project, we have a regarded part that is only there to connect the single projects, to transfer the knowledge, transfer some of the components, reuse what has been developed in some of the longer ongoing projects, and be there for the new ones. So we try to transfer each of the different iterations and therefore create more value within the mobility domain by reusing what has been built in all of the projects and reusing it for the new projects, so that we can actually really faster realize the single solutions and at the end create reusable parts, components. This is also the value that Gaia-X brings to the projects. So the idea was always to create something that is not only, I would say, implemented and forgotten, but implement something that can be reused, is interoperable with other solutions. We also have exchanges with other initiatives, with Dominique, for example. So the idea was always to kind of cover all of the different topics.
Thank you, Stefan. Now, already with EONX and Gaia-X for Future Mobility, we can appreciate that working as a community is very important for a project family and also for the different sectors that are so keen in EONX. But going to agriculture, AgData Hub, can you tell us something about AgData Hub?
Yeah, so AgData Hub is the platform, data exchange platform for agriculture, and we are operational for now 2 years. Our first objective, in fact, it's to create a community. And for that, in fact, we are really driven by business use cases. Okay. The main difficulty, because today, in fact, when you have various actors, most of them are small and medium companies, and they are not mature on the data subject. And the goal is really to go in a data-centric ecosystem, and the journey to reach this goal is quite long. It's quite difficult. So we have to provide the technology and the data space, of course, but we also to provide the advices to help them to share data, and they're most of the time quite reluctant because they want data, but they don't want to share their data. So typical use case. So how Gaia-X help us? Gaia-X help us, first of all, to validate the technical choice we did. So, because we have started in parallel of GXFS, for instance, because we have started 4 years ago, and it drives our technical choices. Okay, and Gaia-X is very important for us. I mean, for the next step, to be able to interoperate with the other data spaces. Okay, this is an important point for us. And for instance, to be able to have a common identity. This is one blocking point for us in Europe, for instance.
Thank you, Christoph. And we'll go back to the business value of sharing data in a moment when we'll talk about the challenges of that the data spaces face today. But jump into manufacturing, your ProGigant. What's the scope of your Lighthouse project?
Yeah, so thank you. Similar to future mobility, ProGigant isn't a single project anymore. So we started, and ProGigant stands for European Production GigaNet. So it's clearly about manufacturing. And in the meantime, we saw, okay, we have 4 use cases. They are on CO2 footprint, they are on component matching, so all those topics on that require data sharing, that require AI. But of course, manufacturing is much broader. So what we now achieved also with some core partners out of the original ProGigant project is to form a consortium, an ecosystem of 5 projects that last from Germany to Europe, so with funding also from Horizon basket in Europe, so that we now could, unite roughly 100 organizations under this ProGigant label that now work on 15 use cases that are relevant to manufacturing. And I think let's say when it comes to manufacturing, I think we all know it's a driver of the economy. So manufacturing is everywhere. No car will drive without manufacturing processes. And on the other hand, it's a very conservative, let's say, sector. Yeah, changes take some time, and also people are hesitant to, let's say, implement new technologies in their serious production. And one reason is really that they fear that competencies that they have and that make a difference also in the competition could gone away, and could be, let's say, with the data could be also then become visible for others. And I think this is also the main, let's say, or this is a core advantage of Gaia-X, so that we can now use and implement this trust framework, and also use technologies like computer data, federated learning, that allow us to let's say, keep the data in a safe environment, and on the other hand, make them usable. I think it's not about data sharing, it's about the use of data for a business benefit and a business purpose. And I think this is the main advantage that we want to make use of through the Gaia-X framework, and also then make it available for the manufacturing sector, because other technologies, AI in production, predictive maintenance and so on, they have been developed 10 years ago. They are in principle ready, but they are, let's say, on a very low usage level today. And I think that's especially because of this missing trust.
And Structura X, all data needs an infrastructure. What is Structura X doing about that?
Well, no, you've taken my tagline, but as you said, my fellow panelists build data ecosystems for travel, for mobility, for agriculture, for manufacturing, and all this data. And I think you put me on purpose before this sheet, because actually all of these data ecosystems need infrastructure to operate on. And Structura X is the one and only project which is actually focusing on providing such a Gaia-X compliant infrastructure. And we want to actually use our role as an own ecosystem to take that a little bit further, and I'll come to that. So first of all, Structura X in numbers. We have about 30 cloud service providers all across Europe, so actually in 15 countries at this point in time, with the addition of interconnect providers, because data also doesn't have to stay only somewhere, it also needs to flow between different kind of systems. So a total of about 40 companies that have set the goal to build one very, very highly open, interoperable infrastructure that is following the common set of policies and rules that Gaia-X as a community has defined. So it's easy for somebody who's building a travel or agriculture data space to actually distribute the data and the workloads across providers in Europe. What we're going to do in steps is, number one, to make sure that the infrastructure that's going to be provided is going to be made available through self-descriptions, through the Gaia-X schemas. So we have Gaia-X compliant infrastructure, and if I'm not completely mistaken, the 13 digital clearing houses that are actually going to provide the compliance services are actually all Struktura X members. So we're not only providing compliant Gaia-X infrastructure, we're also providing basic services like the Gaia-X digital clearing houses. After this first step, the second stage we want to take is we want to make it easy for consumers to actually have a single sign-on, so federated identities, federated catalogs. So I don't need to look at what's the offering of the provider in Italy and Spain and Germany and look in 4 or 5 different systems. I only want to log in once through a federated identity solution. So we will federate the individual providers with each other. To then, in a third step, start to beginning even very, very interoperable platform type of services. So you could start to, for instance, have a distributed Kubernetes is the example that we've showcased at the last summit, that you can run a distributed Kubernetes very, very transparently over 4 different providers. And we will, over time, with the governance, with the architecture, with the openness we're building through Gaia-X, we will expand that portfolio to make it more and more easy, not only to store data, to process data, and to actually communicate with the end users. In the very, 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 very distant future, we will likely also come to a closer business alignment. But that's the most complicated piece, as we have learned in the legal discussions and everything. But that's the trajectory we are looking after.
Yeah. My question to you is very linked to that, because we heard yesterday, but also today, that one of the biggest challenges is actually not the technology, but the building of the community, the connecting the right people in such a in a project like Struktura X that is highly technical. Do you agree with such a statement?
Yes. Well, the thing is, it's always been easy to find a technology agreement between 2 parties. If I take anybody in the audience and say, let us agree to share data or build an API, it's very, very easy. To do this with 3 people, getting a little bit more complicated. With 20 people, we cannot have this individual discussions on what are the policies we agree upon in order to exchange data, what are the regulations we agree to comply on. So that is the value and what Gaia-X through the different working groups, the committees is bringing, that we have one forum to discuss. These are the common rules we set ourselves that everybody's pledging to adhere to, where we have the terms like compliance and labels to make sure we have the transparency what everybody does. So working together in an open governance and community is an important thing to avoid these individual discussions, but have something that scales, in our case, across Europe. The second thing is, of course, you need to also, next to the governance, agree on the architecture to make it interoperable in a very, very flexible way. Again, we were talking about policy rule document, architecture document, and the supporting services. The GXFS Federation services is what the community brings and what we then iterate with the various use case projects. That's what Gaia-X is as an association, as a membership organization, is bringing to us to actually make the ideas that are easy on a one-to-one basis to a very, very scalable solution. Very obvious, and then I'm quiet. I'll just say this as an example. I'm sure Dominique has enough challenges to get all her travel partners together, but travel doesn't work with mobility. And we need to have the power of us working together as a community to make sure that it will be easy to connect the 2 pieces, as for instance Pierre has been describing.
Thank you, Klaus. And in the other projects, how this reflects in your project? Do you also have, as a big challenge, the building of the community, or what other challenges are present in your projects? Maybe Christian.
Maybe, yeah, I think I said we have now 5 projects, and we could unify at least or bring together around about 100 partners, 80 of them industry, yeah, from small startup to bigger corporates. I think there we made a certain progress, and I think that is working well. And we also managed that we have in 4 weeks from now an event in Berlin again, to also present what the projects have achieved, from a more use case base, less from a technical, but more from a use case base. And the difficulty, I think, is that we started with the original project 2 years ago, and at that point of time, Gaia-X was at a very early stage, so that means things during the project duration have changed a lot, so that means the challenges are really to keep being updated and keep everything on track with the ongoing developments, and on the other hand, of course, provide as a Lighthouse project a valuable input. Yeah? So I think this is a challenge, because especially for us we don't have that many infrastructure providers, IT providers, so that means it's a manufacturing-driven consortium, and of course there it's sometimes hard to keep track on all the IT developments and also to provide a valuable input that we in the end come up with a business or let's say a solution that can be converted into business and into a commercial system. Yeah, I think that's a bit our challenge that we face. Yeah, maybe in other cases where you have more IT organizations included, it's maybe easier. Yeah, but especially from a manufacturing perspective, that's a challenge.
I'd like to ask more about challenges, but I see also Alexa already with questions, so maybe we can take one of your questions, Alexa.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are interested in the software components you use, so I have several questions like that, and I will take them together. Which GXFS services do you use in the Lighthouse projects, and how mature are they for your use cases, let's say it like that? Maybe you can answer that one, each one of you. Yeah. And Dominique, do you want to start?
Maybe Stefan, would you like to start as a German project? I'm sure you can answer.
Of course. So within each of the 6 projects, the GXFS were, I guess, a major part of discussions on to which degree they could be reused, also which components can be used, and in this in this manner, I think some of the projects, since they have started quite recently, are still discussing, and we as a project family have come up with the idea to basically take the major components that the Federation services provide to come up with something that we call now a basic speedboat, basically the components that you need to kind of create a starter kit if you want to connect a city who has certain mobility solutions to Gaia-X compliant applications that would then come from our applications. In these terms, I'm not sure which single projects use which services, so I'm sorry, but I can definitely help connecting you to the right partners there, to the technology experts. Yeah, I think this is about my answer, I would say.
Thank you, Stefan. And Christoph, we were also talking about it a little.
Yeah, so we have, all the building block, in fact, for data exchange platform with all the classical ones, the marketplace, the catalog, a way to monetize the data product. We have a contradiction framework. We've also worked on decentralized identity for farms and farmer, and we're also able today to have a solution for the farmer to manage their permissions. So today we have a fully operational platform with all the building blocks. And as I said, our challenge now is to construct our community. And in parallel, we are studying how to integrate the GXFS component in our solution. Okay, so we have started by the verifiable credential today for identity And for the data product, we are still some work to do, and we will progress. We will implement progressively, in fact, the GXFS component. But our goal is for, as I said before, to be interoperable with other data spaces. Okay, because today, to be transparent, this is not our priority, as the priority is to develop business use case to create the community, because the answer cannot be a technical answer. Okay, we have to demonstrate what is the business value when exchanging data, and this is the main challenge today.
Yes, thank you. And Klaus, I saw you were.
It's a twofold answer, because on the one hand side, as infrastructure providers, we will make all of the GXFS services available. We will use them on our own, because obviously we need to store the credential in wallets. If we want to federate identities, we need the identity services, and if we want to provide a shared catalog, we need the federated catalog. But fundamentally, as I said, offering all of them, specifically in the role of the digital clearing houses in the projects we're working on, moving also some of the federation services up to a higher technical readiness level, as we heard before. I don't think it just stops at what we have heard today with the GXFS Federation services. We've been talking about different types of connectors, different types of business services. So this is again something where we need to take the inputs from the various open source communities and make it easily consumable for the different projects. It's a little bit forward-looking statements, because not everything is at the right technical readiness level to run critical operations, but this is the direction that I hinted to with a step 3 where we want to go to.
Let me just quickly jump in there before we hear Christian, Dominique. How is Struktura X connected to the Sovereign Cloud Stack project? Are you connected?
Jein.
So you work with each other.
So we do not tell the cloud service providers, you must use a specific technology stack. We say you need to follow an open architecture, but out of the cloud service providers that are part of Struktura X, there are some that are actually offering very, very specifically SCS solutions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So Dominique and Christian, with Dominique first, please.
So for EONAX, we are aligned with the Gaia-X Trust Framework. So far, we developed a demonstrator, which is based on the Eclipse connector, and we handle the identity aspects, and we work with a decentralized architecture. And we are currently analyzing with our RFI what will be the next steps to work with our platform. So it's not yet decided.
Yep. For Eupro-Gigant, I could say we started with different technologies, still using Web3-based technology. So on the other hand, we of course follow what's going on in GXFS, and also we were present during those 2 days with 5-6 people from the project. So that means we are interested in learning what's now available and also what could complement our current, let's say, developments, because we are also not final to go to, let's say, market. Yeah. So in parallel, we are now evaluating what has been created by GXFS, what is ongoing in other developments, like also with the EDC connector, what provides us this Web3 technology we used, and where we could start and provide the demonstrator already in 22 for the Hannover Messe. So that means there we have now a mixture, and we need to decide how to, let's say, proceed, and also how to merge that with the more business side, also on the federation and so on. So that means when it comes now to the, let's say, next 6-9 months, I think there will be a lot of decisions to be taken by the consortia, how we continue and how this could look like as a whole federation.
And it was very informative to hear from the German projects, and now they are implementing the GXFS components, and I'm sure that would be very good to have an interaction exchange with them to understand what components are integrated in the different solutions, different projects, and exchange on this. Alexa, yes.
This is the last question for the moment. I take more, but for the moment it refers to what you said, Klaus, and to the beginning. Stefan, you were talking about reusing. That's great. And Klaus pointed out that it's a different story to talk about mobility and to talk about travel. But are you also working with Iona-X? And if not, how to take this up? Are you planning something? Is it possible to work together? Stefan, maybe, and then Dominique.
Yeah, it's a great question, because this is something that has been on our mind since the beginning. So not only connect our 6 projects, but basically try to connect the entire mobility domain. That's why we, through the Gaia-X ISPL, also have contacts, of course, to Dominique, and regularly meet there to also show the developments in each of the projects, but also in support together with the German Gaia-X Hub. My boss, Frank Köster, who is the ambassador of the mobility domain, we regularly also search for contacts and the exchange together with the German, for example, mobility data space and the other initiatives in this area, because also the main idea was not to create island solutions, but to kind of come up with something that is at the end interoperable, reusable, and easy to kind of understand or exchange.
And in this, probably we have a best practice, since Dominique is together with Maximilian Stabler, a colleague of Stefan, leading the mobility ecosystem in Gaia-X. So they are very much collaborating, isn't it, Dominique?
Yeah, so we have a periodic session to analyze all the use cases, and we try to see how we could collaborate. It's true that the data spaces are young, so we are all trying to explore on our side, and then to combine what we discovered on each side. We not only discuss between the German team and the French team, but also with other countries. And I hope that we will be able to build transversal use cases very soon. And we try to ensure that it will be interoperable as much as possible. And I guess that's really the direction that we took, so I'm quite confident for that.
And maybe, Dominique, regarding transversal use cases, as we mentioned, the Iona-X covers different sectors and proved that the need for cross-dependencies when it comes to data spaces. But
yes, we work also with the tourism data space, because mobility and tourism is very linked. So we have a lot of connection with the DATES preparatory call team, and we believe that there are interesting use cases there that we can develop. So there are some discussions currently, indeed.
Yes, I see first line, Francisca from the Spanish hub, and Iona is closely collaborating with Spain, so we are very happy also to see these cross-national collaborations. Talking about collaborations, jumping to something maybe a bit different, collaborating with initiative, it was one of the first questions, I think, on the first panel of yesterday. What is Simple, and how do we collaborate with Simple as Gaia-X?
So first of all, Simple is a tender that has been issued by the European Commission with a target to create a middleware for data spaces. That's it. The European Union is tendering the development of a middleware for that data spaces can use and that can be deployed on cloud service providers across Europe. And I'm saying it this way because obviously what we've been talking about all day is data spaces and the various components. And one of the definitions in this tender was to actually use existing assets like what has been developed with Gaia-X, what has been developed with Gaia-X Federation Services, specific other technologies, and I used the term before, to move them up to a higher technical readiness level so they can be operated, scalable, distributed, can be operated on multiple providers. So in a way, the European Union is funding the effort to take everything that we've seen here today, yesterday, what we worked on Gaia-X, to a level that will become easy to consume. On top of that, so that's the development of just a middleware platform. They also support the creation of 3 initial data spaces that are based on this technology. It's going to be in the health area, in language, and sorry, I forgot the third one. Was think, I don't know. And it's going to support lab environments. And I think the important thing I can at least talk about from the way that the companies we've been working with have responded was to say, we will, if there's efforts to build simple, we will contribute to the existing open source projects and communities. There's no intention to create yet another fork of a solution how to build data spaces middleware. It's an attempt to take what has been worked on in the various initiatives, bring it together on one easily, standardly deployable system across different CSPs. And every data space can choose whether they use an Italian, Spanish, Swedish, whatever kind of CSP of their choice. So it's not that you're forced to a given provider. It's an offering to have one easy-to-consume data spaces middleware that hopefully is going to resolve all the questions that we had at the beginning. Oh, how do I put all the pieces together? There's hundreds of repositories. Where do I find the information? How do I get it to a common release stand? That, for me, is the description on the objective of the Commission in tendering simple and the response of the companies that I at least know of.
Thank you, Klaus. And as time is running, I like, before getting new questions, to go back to what you, Christoph, were mentioning on the need for proving business value, especially for some sectors like agriculture, proving to farmers, for instance, as we were discussing earlier, what is this business value of data spaces? Why should companies get engaged and invest in sharing data? This is a challenge that you highlighted in your sector, and we were discussing the need to prove business cases, to develop business cases to bring back to companies and communities. What is your experience on how to face this challenge?
Yes, in fact, at the beginning of the story for creating the community, we've tried to have an approach where driven by a marketplace. I mean, we asked to the data provider to publish their data product on the marketplace, but the answer was, okay, what's my business value? How can I create a value for the farmer publishing their data? In fact, we have no answer. So this was the wrong approach. We have to change, and we have also to work with a data consumer, providing value-added solution, for instance, on food traceability, on optimization of fertilization, of scoring. I mean, we have to demonstrate a use case where we can add a value to the farmer. Today, the best use case, it's credit carbon, because when you generate, in fact, these credits, there is a real value on additional revenues for the farmer. So it's a quite easy use case. And thanks to this kind of use case, scoring on traceability also, this is really good use cases, because you are able to demonstrate a value to for the farmer, and also for all the partners, the associate partners, the cooperative, and so on. So today this is our approach. So we work with first of all service provider providing, for instance, a traceability solution, and we find, in fact, we identify what are the required data sources. And we try to onboard, in fact, these data sources on the use case. And with this approach, we are able to demonstrate a value. And having, in fact, this type of use cases, today we are able to demonstrate many use cases, as I said, in genetic for animals, for traceability, scoring. We have another use case for cereal transportation. I mean, today this is really the best approach, and we have some success, in fact, with that.
Christian, I'd like to ask you, is that the case also for manufacturing, or is rather developing sustainable business models?
I would say, I mean, we have the 15 use cases, so, and they are driven by industry, so that means they are really touching pain points from manufacturers, from their customers, so that means there is the need. And I think now the challenge is that I see Gaia-X and everything behind from a technical base and from this, let's say, framework, that's an enabler. You know? So that's an enabling technology, and that enabling technology needs to, let's say, be easy to handle from a company with 5 employees to a worldwide acting company like Siemens. So that means everyone needs to be able to handle and manage such technology, and it needs also be, let's say, from a cost side, of course, efficient, yeah, that they in the end have a business case for their, let's say, relationship with let's say, on let's say, improving using AI for predictive maintenance or whatever. So the use cases are there. So as I said in the beginning, so the current issue is that sharing or let's say making data available is an issue that can Gaia-X solve. And let's say then it's the question is, do we create a business case out of it? So do we make it as cost efficient and as easy to handle and manage for the manufacturing industry? Yeah, so that they say, okay, I can integrate it in the ERP system, in the manufacturing execution system, everything that I already know, that I'm familiar to use with, and I also know what the costs are, and I see what the benefit is, and then I have a business case. Yeah? So that means that are now, let's say, after 2.5 years of development, are the next steps, to come up with an approach, that from our side seems feasible to, in the end, answer that question and make it happen. Yeah.
And what are next steps for mobility? Either Dominique or Stefan, would you like to jump in here?
Well, I will start quickly. On our side, we are trying to be ready for the first use case, which will be the Olympic Games in 2024. So we need to select our platform very soon, and then to be operational beginning of 2024. And the idea is to manage the journey of the delegates. There will be 80,000 delegates, and to coordinate the transportation of these delegates with plenty of players. So this is where we will share the data between all the transportation players, the public authorities for the security reasons, for the infrastructure, the airlines, so that we can manage properly the journey of these persons. There will be a lot of luggages as well, and it will be very complicated to handle all these non-standard size luggage. And we will share data through EONA-X for this purpose. That's the first topic, and then if it works, or we hope it works, we will replicate it for other events, and maybe we expand on larger territories.
I feel this use case is going to be a great demonstrator of the business value, as we all will all be looking at the Olympics and see how the outcome will be. And Stefan?
So next steps. So one of our projects is about to end next year, at the beginning of next year. But this doesn't mean that's the end of the project family. We got more projects in the pipeline who trust on building on top of the components, on the development, on the knowledge that we have now gathered. So our really important next step is basically gathering all of this together to create something that new projects, but also other projects can build upon. We're heavily planning our contribution to the Hannover Fair next year, showcasing hopefully our meta use case, combining each of the different sub-use cases of single projects to show how this can be done. Looking forward to this.
Okay, thank you. Any final remarks, as I see that the time is running and Alexa is standing, so. Good, then I'd like to thank you all for your participation. I hope you still have some time, and not you, Dominique, we need to run to the airport, but you still have some time, you all, to connect with the audience and talk about all the things we talked about and go in details, especially in the components, and now we can collaborate together to accelerate and grow faster. And Alexa, with that, I think we can get back to you.
Thank you very much to all of you, to Alessandra. Thank you for this last panel. There were more questions coming up concerning business models, payments, etc. I think that's for the last chats here today. Now's the time. Finally, we get to know what was been done in workshop number 3, the Techie Hackathon. Therefore, I'd like to welcome Loresha Mehmeti on stage, who organized the whole thing. Welcome, Loresha. So you are the technical project manager in the GXFS team, and you are deep into the FOSS community. Your colleagues say that there are just few of people like you who have such a great overview. That's what they say. I think you're going to bring up some of the participants on stage in a few seconds. I saw them standing there, but just briefly before that, you made a lot of effort for this workshop. Was it worth it?
Of course, these workshops are the only events where you see people together sharing ideas and working on the same page and same directions. So we don't count on efforts that we spend there or all other resources. It's really important that we bring the community together and we drive this forward all together.
And how was the ambience? Did the right people show up? The right people?
Yes, and I can say that there were a lot of participants in a workshop this time as well, and our community is growing.
I heard about 60 to 80,
yes,
to 90, up to 90 yesterday. That's really great, great numbers.
It is.
So as we are the last men and women standing here, I'd like to encourage you again. We can really dive deep into tech questions right now with the ones who are coming up on stage. So I encourage you again to go to slido.com and enter the event code 2878981. We take your questions for our last round. Thank you very much, Loresha, for hosting.
Thank you, Alexa.
I leave the stage to you.
All right. So we had 2 days workshop in the ground floor, and it was a great workshop, I can say. And we had also the results with the guys and girls downstairs, and they showed some new stuff that they worked on, and it was great. We will do a summary of that and share afterwards on our website, or we will share through the mailing list and emails with everyone, so you can see on what we worked in this workshop. So this is the last session, and I won't keep Lena, Gerald, and Christoph there for long, so I would invite you to the stage, and Maharshi as well. There are a lot of community and techies that are here as well, so we selected just some representatives. And I will ask each of them separately from which company they come, what is their project, and how Gaia-X Federation services can be implemented in their project. So I will start with Lena, because our community doesn't have a lot of female, and I was so happy to have you there.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm Lena, I'm from MSG. We are an IT
software provider. And we are part of the Gaia-X project PLC AAD, and which is part of the Lighthouse project, Future Mobility. And currently we have the GXF Federation catalog running in our ecosystem, or in our planned ecosystem. And we are currently trying to implement the catalog and the portal as well. And we are also looking into the OCM and PCM.
Right. And we have Maharshi here. He came from India. He was also part of the winning team that was in Bilbao, the hackathon of Gaia-X. And I would like to know more from you. What are your motivation coming here and being part of this open source community?
Thank you very much, Lauretia. So first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here and be part of this open source community. And the main motivation is the core of this concept. The core is self-sovereign data sharing. And that's what motivates us a lot. So at Smart Sense Consulting Solutions in India, we are always finding ways how to contribute in bringing up the community, not just a small community, but overall, global level, how we can do some things that brings in change to make a world a better place to live in. So data sharing is a crucial topic. Nowadays, there's a lot of data with all the AI, ML going in picture. There's different companies. There are a lot of data storages. So it's really important that we have a self-sovereign data sharing ecosystem, and Gaia-X being the pioneer at such large scale. So we are really interested in contributing in this open source community. And that's why even if it's coming from India, we don't mind. We really would like to be part of this.
Yeah, thank you for traveling this long and being one of us. Then I will go with Gerald. So you can present from which company or project you come and how you make use of our services or plan to use our services within your organization.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, my name is Gerald Risto. I'm from Software AG from Darmstadt. We are in a little research group and participate in several Gaia-X projects, for example, the Ionix, eEco, and Eurogigant. These cover different domains, manufacturing and also construction industry. And we are especially, we have different work packages. So the work package Software AG is in is mostly the catalog to hold the data. So we got this running, but there's still some adaptation to be done. And we were here to discuss with the experts. It was very good that we could directly talk to the the main contributors to these projects. And like Lena, we also would like to integrate it with other components like PCM, OCM, so that we can build up our own data space and our own economy. However, since we have several projects, we are also interested in how to connect the different catalogs. So this will be one of the tasks, perhaps for the next half year, or even for the summit, to show that.
Yeah, that's great, and everyone is looking forward to that. So maybe you can be the first example also for the others.
Yeah, let's see.
Christoph, so I would like also an introduction from you and which components you work in this workshop.
Yes, I'm Christoph. I work for Accenture, and we are part of the Gaia-X for ROMs project, which is part of Gaia-X for Future Mobility. Today, and I mostly worked with the OCM part of this SSI stack of the components, and we tried to issue credentials to each other and try to verify them.
Yeah. Can you highlight maybe some technical challenges that you face during these exercises and how you can overcome them, or who was support and how you manage this within the tech workshop?
Yes, we mostly were challenged by deploying the services and getting them running. We all had different challenges to tackle. Some got it working. Some only tried different approaches, and yes, it is difficult to understand all documentation, find the right things and commands to deploy and use the components.
Yeah. Okay, then I will go to Lena and ask you how much you see the collaboration important in these projects.
I think collaboration is key in Gaia-X because it's like we are a community, we want to be a community, and I think we all somehow face the same issues and the same challenges, and if we work together and collaborate, we can just overcome them faster and just be more efficient.
Yeah, maybe Maharshi, you can also highlight something else regarding the collaboration and how important it is for you actually to understand the components and also in overall.
Yes, so as Lena mentioned, it is the key. It's really the crucial part of getting this community forward. So in Hackathon also we saw today that there are different components coming together. So there were different sessions related to workflow engine, notarization API, then AAS was there, and of course OCM, PCM are there along with TSA. So if we don't collaborate, it's all of no point. Only with collaboration it makes sense, and the whole self-sovereign data sharing can happen in self-sovereign manner. So yeah, so that's really important. Without that, none of us can exist, I would say.
Maybe Gerald, you want to add something also in this topic? Because I think collaboration is really important, and that's why we do this workshop, and maybe highlight some things that you see important as well.
Yeah, I also think it's very important to connect and to see, for example, that others have similar issues, struggle with similar problems, and it's much easier to connect directly in an event like this, especially in the networking sessions, and to get some help, immediate help when you have something and want to do something. And yeah, that's really important because I think the software is kind of good quality. However, the documentation is still a little scarce. So getting the expert that develops the software to help you how to deploy it. There are different deployment scenarios, the small ones with Docker for your laptop, but the bigger ones for the cloud. And so today we use mostly the Docker, but that was really good to get direct help and to see what the others are doing.
Yeah. I will move to another question that everyone says, I don't understand Gaia-X Federation services, it's so complicated, what is the purpose, where can I find the code, and so on and so on. I would like to ask you, because you have tried out and been part of the workshop, what is the level of these services, the task and everything that is performed? Can you understand it, or it's so high level, it's so detailed, it's so challenging? Can you please give some insights, because you had hands on these services, and maybe share also with the others, so you can maybe influence also more people to make use, at least try or test these services. We can start from here.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's for us, or for me, it was very important to really participate in the hackathon session. Normally, I'm not a main developer in our project, but getting all the high-level information is completely different than really going and work with the code. So you get a much better understanding if we really try something out. Then you understand the different components, how they work together, what's needed there. You look at the flow of information. So that really, I mean, my understanding, I've gained a lot of understanding during these 2 days. So that really helps, and I would encourage everyone to really get your hands dirty, try something out, get some of the examples working, some components work right out of the box. So that's really good and good. Yeah.
So you are saying even if you are not a developer, you can join this workshop and then you will gain some knowledge.
Yeah, because I mean the workshop was designed for newcomers. You had the first hour on the first day to get everybody on a sort of good level. So that really is well done, and that enabled many people that usually don't can participate to participate.
That's important to know. Okay, Christoph, how were the tasks and the level of services for you?
Yes, this was my first workshop, and I started a few months ago, and it was quite hard to figure out which is the service I can start trying and getting an idea what it is doing. And I guess this workshop would had helped me to get a good overview of all existing components and have an idea where I can start, what I can try at first, and have an idea what purpose each component has.
All right. Lena?
Yeah, I also have the feeling that it became more clearer and more specific after it moved to the Eclipse Foundation, because I had the feeling before it was a bit messy and everyone was doing something, and then it was like really, really big and not understandable. And now that we moved it to the foundation, I think we just cleared out what really is working and what is like, what are the services that are running and really, yeah, what works. And I think now it's really better just to get something running. And also today I got the UCM running, for example, which I haven't worked before, and I know that my colleagues had really struggled with it, and today it just was like, okay, I had the expert right next to me, I could ask questions, and this is like super great.
Right. And Maharshan?
Yes, thank you. So I'm really glad that we have this question, because first of all, I would like to thank you to the community, to the whole community, that the documentation is really good, I would say. If someone gets hands-on, reads the document in GitLab and in the website, then I think it wouldn't take so much of a time to understand how these services work. So first of all, very good documentation. Thank you, everyone. Second thing I would like to say is we should focus more on the business applications. And I think today also during the presentation, that was one of the points, that we need to focus on business applications. Because even if the technical understanding is there, let's say all the components are known to everyone, but if we don't know where to use them, how to use them in order to make a self-sovereign data exchange, then we are still halfway there. If we know the business applications, then automatically the ideas will come that which component goes where. So it's a request to everyone, I would say, that we should focus more on the business applications in the real use cases. And I think that was also the crux in Bilbao, that's what got the attraction, that it is possible. The way Gaia-X is today, it is possible to get the real business applications if we start thinking about it in that way. So yeah, that would be the point. And third point would be that we should not tell that it is complicated, because it's really not. If we really get into it, it's quite simple, I would say. We just need to get hands-on, that's all. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. I see Alexa ready for some questions.
Yeah,
please.
There are questions that are somehow a bit visionary. So with these questions, we somehow come to the, maybe pave the way to the end of the discussion, but I'd really like to bring them in. First one is, or I put them together, is there a roadmap for the toolbox services, and is there an upgrade strategy for these services? Maybe you can,
I can
try
take
to
it over.
Take it, yeah.
So we have mentioned many times during the conference that Gaia-X Federation Services is moved now to the Eclipse Foundation. And Eclipse Foundation is an open source software organization. So it's the code that we had now with the move to the Eclipse is uptake from the community. And the roadmap was to give the code and the Federation Services Toolbox to the Eclipse so the community can take it over and adopt it as they see it best for their organization, use case, project, and so on.
All right, and there's another one coming in. It's a service question actually. Where to find the documentation of all the services of GXFS?
Just visit our website and you will find all the information. But besides that, we have specification. All of them are open. They are on our website, also in GitLab. The code is all there. And yeah, feel free also to contact us anytime you have question or you cannot find anything by yourself.
All right, then do you have any last questions? Otherwise,
yeah, I would ask each of them why they want to be part of the open source community and maybe a call to other people to join the project and our GXFS community.
Yeah, okay. Yesterday we saw somebody said, yeah, we want to use open source, and then the question was, okay, who's working on it? Others are working on it. That's not the way it works. For our project, for example, we are interested in the federated catalog. So we have a look at the catalog, we check out the source code. If we find something that is not working correctly, we will make some adaptations and we gladly will bring them back to the community. We have at least 3 or 4 members from Allprogigant already signing up for the Eclipse community to work on the code. And we also have some merge requests running and some discussions how to adopt the code. So I think it's very important. However, keep in mind that most things get done because somebody needs them. So they don't come out of the box. So if you want something done, you need to step in, formulate a request or articulate it and try to get it in the roadmap. Because like we see, the roadmap is no longer managed by Echo. It's managed by Eclipse, it's managed by the individual projects. So you nearly have to engage there in the specific project you're interested in and contribute and sort of try to get your things in the roadmap.
Yeah, that's a very important call because now in Eclipse, you can have the driver's seat. You can shape your future data ecosystem. So don't just sit there and wait for the others to do the code. Be part of it and be part of your future. We go with Christoph.
Yes, I personally like this open source idea that you don't try to solve your problem for your own, and that you share your solutions. And yesterday I sat with a random combination of people in a room, and we talked about our problems with some of the components, and basically we had the same underlying issues, and it's nice to contribute and give do the work once and allow other members of the community to use solutions that they don't have to deal with such problems.
Thank you. Lena?
Yeah.
To all women.
Yeah, exactly. I would say that exactly this is the motivation for me and also for our whole project to be part of this community, just to have really, just that we can do really something, we can shape our future as it will, and we can also, yeah, collaboration is key, I think, and this is just the most important part, and this is our motivation.
Thank you. And last, Maharshi.
So, open source community is something really fun, where we all can develop what we want, and it's available for everyone else, and that's a big motivation. Plus, today I was having a discussion with Jörg Grave from Verein, and he just shared with me a bit of vision that he has, and it's quite interesting. It's like this community can be the Linux for self-sovereign data sharing, and these are the things that keeps us motivated, that such kind of discussions, such kind of goals we should have, because today Linux is so famous. I mean, initially, maybe 10 years ago, it was really hard, but today the community contributed so well. It's one of the most utilized OS in the market. And similarly, I think that if we all come together with equal motivation and understand the real purpose of it, then yeah, it would be a great future that we live in.
Thank you, Maharshi. So coming to an end, I want to thank my community and our community. And I would invite you all as well to join us, and let's do this together. Back to Alexa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can feel the motivation. Thank you very much to share your insights with the audience. That's the least I can say, that your work is well appreciated, and I hope for Lauretta and the Gaia-X universe that you hold on working for it like this. Thank you so much. We're almost done, actually. Lauretta, you stay with me, and I'd like to ask my moderating colleagues, Emma and Vivian, on stage again to wrap up the day. Let's call it a day now. You were hosting and with the last Connect 2022 already. So what's your takeaway, key takeaways from the last 2 days of this 2023 conference, Emma?
I think for me it was mostly the community. I think we had a great opportunity, at least from my side, to have a lot of discussions. Of course, I also have a big to-do list that I will take home with me, and also for the team to actually work on. But I hope it also helped a lot to actually also build some expectation management on the GXFS toolbox. Again, it's not a product that you can just plug and play. As Lauretta just discussed with the community on this panel, I think it's so important that we work together and we help each other. And I really hope that this continues.
And I have all these questions to hand you over, Vivian.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I also, I don't know okay. I'm also very tired, I think, after these 2 days. Super excited that we pulled it off a second time to do this conference with all of you. And for me, I mean, a highlight was to see that last year, I think we were about 180 people in the room, plus virtual attendance. And this year we were over 230 plus virtual attendance, so yesterday. So I think that really shows the interest is growing. Gaia-X is here to stay, and the Gaia-X Federation services have entered the next level, as we have proclaimed with our conference slogan this year. And that was just great to see that there's growing interest, more people are getting involved with our project and in the Gaia-X universe. That's just excellent to see, and we're very, very happy that you all came out. And thanks for everyone who stayed until the very end to hear the wrap up. So
last men, last women standing. Lauretta, you had the role of a moderator and a panelist and the tech workshop organizer. So what do you take away?
Yeah, there are a lot of things to take away, and I need maybe 2 weeks to process everything. But it's really important in this digital world that we live now, when we exchange just emails and we see each other online, to really meet and get the vibe of the work and of everyone. And these events are, I think, a key of events that to move forward and understand each other better.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we have some events coming up. I can give you the insights on that one. We'll have the Gaia-X Summit in Alicante, and Francisca invited all of us to Spain on the 9th and 10th of November. That's great. And the Gaia-X Roadshow will continue on the 10th of October in Wolfsburg as well. And there are next tech workshops coming up, number 4 and 5, of course, in October and in December. You can check out the website GXFS.EU for more information during the next weeks. So, last question, where would you like to see the Gaia-X Federation services in about 1 year? Emma?
So for me, I think the most important part, or my wish for next year, is to see that we have also contributing back to the toolbox. So right now we are more in the process to share the knowledge that our implementation partners have with the community that is actually building and growing right now. But I actually hope that in the future or next year, the community will educate us what needs to be done.
They started already, I think. Vivian?
Yeah, I agree. And Emma has a lot more technical background than me. So for me, as a political scientist, I'd like to see some user interface. Ideally, 10 different catalog implementations next year where I can browse and search. That would be ideal for someone who can only barely understand all the technical details that are behind it. But I understand the complexity, and I think it's great to see so many of you are working on it, and I think we will see many more use cases and reference implementations next year. Hopefully.
So the user perspective, you'll tackle the technical issues with tech workshops number 4 and 5 as well. Where do you want to see GXFS in 1 year?
In real-life use cases.
I think we'd all agree on that one. So thanks to anybody, thanks to you three, and thanks to anybody who made this conference successful and bringing to life. So especially the panelists and the moderators to be so well prepared as well. And we took a lot from it. We hope you all had good talks and fruitful conversations, made fruitful contacts to foster collaboration and data sharing in the future. And I'd like to close with a quote of Ernst Stöckel-Pucker from yesterday. He said, "You cannot do it by Excel, nor by force." I think we should keep that in mind, and for now, I hope you have a safe trip home. Thank you very much for attending this conference. Hope to see you next year.
Thank you, Alexa, as well.